Hey, welcome everybody. We're here with my dear friend Ming Chen and myself, Amy Chu. Ming, I'm hearing a weird sound. What is that? Is that you or me? Oh my gosh! Wow, you have that's not me, is it? you can talk in the chat. Anyway, while Ming figures out his sound, welcome to our special weekend show, celebrating Asian Americans Pacific Islander Heritage Month, which is a mouthful. We have a whole slate of guests ready to talk to. This will be super informal. You doing good, Ming? Yeah, you're doing, yeah. Anyway, and as you can tell, we're all in comics, not there's two of Ming. Okay.
Yes, there we go. Sorry about that. I have no idea why my sound just cut out on this other way.
Because that's what tech does, It's like
yes.
that's disproving the trope of the Asian, nerd. No, that's not true. Anyway, so
I know, but you know what I did learn always from my dad, who's an engineer, and just from very experience, always have a backup. So I literally have a command center here. Always be prepared, right?
Always be prepared. So, always be prepared. Yeah. Yes. Wait, so before we bring our guests on, I want to hear more about your cool trip.
Of course we're all in the comics and pop culture industry, and and part of that is going to conventions. And unfortunately, the conventions were all wiped out last year, and so I didn't get to see any of my friends, and the parties and the meeting people and being amongst our people. And I really miss that, as I'm sure everybody did. But I think me and you especially, we were on the road so much that my kids were like, "What are you doing home?" So they had to get used to me being home.
What are you doing home?
Yeah, it was literally like, "What are you doing home?" I was like, "Well, I live here. This is my house." So this past weekend, I was in Pensacola, Florida, for a really, really great Comic-Con called Pensacon, celebrating their 8th year. One of the greatest ones out there, which next year we got to get you in. I'm making my life's mission to get you to Pensacon next year. And
I've never been, so
yeah. And I mean, normally you wouldn't think of Pensacola as a hotbed of pop culture and Comic-Cons, but they normally get about 35,000 people to come out. So
that's significant. Wow.
Yeah. And the fact that they're able to pull everything together, they had to postpone from, it's usually in February, postponed to May. And the crowds came out, the guests came out, the people came out. It was safe. Nobody got sick. People wore masks, and I was sitting here a year ago going, this might never come back. And it saddened me greatly. And that's the only thing I wanted to do is walk around Artist Alley at a Comic-Con and talk to artists and see my friends. And now I'm fully confident everything's going to come back. So,
awesome.
So yeah, that was part one of the trip. And since I was only 3 hours from the great city of New Orleans, which we both know and love, I took a side trip over there as well. And they're slowly reopening over there as well.
So jealous. I am so jealous.
Wow. Yeah, and I think that was one of the last times I saw you, my friend, was in New Orleans at Big Easy Comic-Con.
That's right. Oh my God, that was so much fun. Those were goodies too, right?
Yeah.
Well, speaking of good friends and friends that we really missed during convention time, right? So we decided we would line up. I decided I would line up all the people I haven't seen in a long time. Sure. And I think this is kind of overdue, right? We should celebrate the people we know in comics, and especially for this month. This is the month of May, and we're lucky to catch the tail end of it. But all my friends of Asian American Pacific Islander heritage. So I thought we would bring on one of my oldest friends, I think, Ramon Gil.
Hey guys.
What's up, Ramon?
Hi, Amy.
Good to see you. So I've known you for how long? I mean, actually,
since A Magazine.
Since A Magazine, like what? Early 90s?
Early 90s.
Oh my God.
In fact, I recently posted a picture of some friends at a party, and the party was at your apartment with Pam.
What? Was that on your Facebook feed? Okay, I gotta look that
On my
up.
Facebook feed. Yeah.
Yeah, all right, I gotta
I'm
look
not sure you'll
it up.
recognize the background as your
It was
apartment.
on my apartment. So we had this apartment in Hell's Kitchen that we used to throw like really cool parties. I thought they were really cool because my friend Pam worked at Sesame Street, so she would have like people.
I got her that interview.
Yeah. So Ramon. So tell us first of all a little bit about yourself, because I actually did not know that you actually had a certainly when we were connected, that was like when all your not so secret history came, but it just never occurred to me that you were in comics before. So talk about your journey for us.
Yeah, I was in comics back in the early 90s. I was working for Vortex Comics, doing NASCAR biographies. So I learned more about NASCAR than I ever wanted to. And then when the economy tanked in, what was that, 94? I guess it was 94. I basically switched to advertising, and I was in advertising for a couple of years. And then I saw Amy switch her careers to comic books, and I thought, you know what, I should do that. So I gave it another shot, and I actually took Amy out to lunch and picked her brain, and she gave me some great advice. So we had lunch at that restaurant in Koreatown, at the top of the building.
When was that?
That must have been 2014.
Okay.
So she gave me all this advice, and I've been following the advice to a T. I've been doing panels, I've been doing anthologies, short stories, things like that. And things actually work out pretty well. So so now I just finished a 6th grade graphic novel for Benchmark Press. I organized Diversity Comic Con over at FIT where I teach. Amy was our guest, one of our guests last year, and I also lead something called the Comic Arts Workshop, which is an online school for people who want to do comic books. Not like comic experience for people that really want to work for DC or Marvel. These are more like Comic Arts Workshops, more like the laid back version of comic experience for people who are like in middle age who just want to do it as a hobby, or want to do it because they want to get the storyteller out of them. So, and the one thing I want to plug though is I've decided, and I've started telling people this, that in February 2022 is going to be our first Comic Arts Symposium. So I'm announcing that here and in other places, so I have to do it now. And it's going to be basically TED Talks for the comic book industry.
That sounds fantastic.
So
that's awesome. Yeah, usually the TED Talks like, hey, tell me about, they I guess they give you a theme usually, and you have to kind of fit around that. But an all comics industry symposium, that's amazing. I think the only problem with the TED Talk, they're like that will give you 8 minutes. Like I was like 8, I can't do this in 8 minutes. Like yeah, so you got to condense it. That's awesome.
You got to figure out the logistics still, but that's always been my dream. And interestingly enough, the pandemic showed me that you can do things online. It doesn't have necessarily, you don't always have to have a physical venue. You can do it online. And that's when I launched the Comic Arts Workshop, and I realized I didn't have to rent classroom space in New York City, which would have been cost prohibitive.
Oh, for sure. Hey, so Ramon, let's talk about, I have a bunch of questions, but anyone out there who wants to ask questions too, feel free to, I don't know, put in the chat and there's Nick. Hey, Nick.
What's up, Nick?
So like I said, Ramon, I've known forever, it seems. And I guess the biggest question for me is like, how was it trying to get back into comics? Was it difficult? Did you feel as old hat? I mean, was my advice really that useful?
It was very useful. But what I didn't factor in was how cocky I was. After working in advertising, you think, well, I'm an art director, I know how to network, blah, blah, blah. But really, comics is like you were exactly right, Amy. You said it was going to take about 5 years before I would see any traction, and it took that long, despite all the networking and all the panels I tried to get on and things like that. And and even now I'm not. I've done some work for Dynamite, but it's not like they're knocking on my door every month. So So you're right. It's hard to get in, and it's harder to stay in.
Right. That is for sure. Yeah. So Ramon, you started off more as an artist, right? But would you characterize yourself as a writer, artist, or more writer now? Like,
when I was doing comics in the 90s, I was an illustrator. And then when I came back in 2014, I came back as a writer. And I'm slowly shifting into going back into art. I actually, I'm in my entering my last year of my master's program in illustration. And I'm hoping that when I come out with it, my drawing skills will be honed again, except that the one thing that's interesting is that when I was drawing back in the 90s, it was very, Marvel DC style. Image was hot back then. And now it's like I'm gravitating more towards the original graphic novel style, like Raina Teitelmeier and Marjane Satrapi, that kind of stuff, which I think actually works better for the kind of stories I want to tell now. Not so much action stuff, but more like, more about life. So
I loved you're an established artist. You've done a ton, and yet you're like, I need to learn more, and you went back and furthered your education. Um, I think you mentioned that you're going to come out of this an even better artist.
I
think
hope so. I hope so.
I mean, I have a good feeling. I have a good feeling that's going to happen. What made you go back and be like, I'm going to keep going, and learn more?
Primarily because I enjoy teaching, and I've taught at FIT and I've taught at Parsons. In both cases, I got those jobs because I knew somebody. And the thing is with colleges is they won't look at you unless you have a master's or a friend working there. So I don't have a friend. I might not have a friend working where other places I might want to teach at. So I figured I should get my master's. And I'm learning. Amazing. I'm learning a lot. I got really lucky. If anybody wants to get a master's in comic book creation, FIT, it's not an official comic book master's program, but the chairperson is a comic book guy. He's a Zirkis award winner, and there's a big emphasis on graphic novel storytelling at the FIT MFA illustration program. I
did not know that. That's fantastic. Good to know for sure. Well, let's talk about your childhood.
Yeah.
Let's talk about your childhood. Let's talk about your family. Talk about your heritage, because that's a little bit of this month. And how did that influence or not influence? Was this a problem, or was your family okay with everything that you're doing?
Well, I'm Filipino. I actually grew up in the Philippines, and I went to high school and college in California. And my mom was worried about me being an artist, so she was always trying to steer me into like architecture or something like that, But in the end, I guess, they didn't really try to push me that hard out of art. And I graduated with a general art degree. I quickly became a graphic designer, an art director, creative director. So it wasn't so bad. And in the Philippines, growing up in the Philippines, I was exposed to comic books very early on. My grandmother worked for a publishing company, and they owned a chain of bookstores. And so we would go into these bookstores, and she would let me basically use her store credit to buy as many comic books as I wanted.
Oh,
so everything on the shelf I would just pick up, right?
That's
and that's how I got addicted to comic books, just through all those comic books that my grandmother would let me buy. And then I came to this country, and I could draw, and and one thing, and then next thing you know, I'm just like took art for college, and and stuck the course.
Well,
so that's so amazing that your grandmother was such a big influence in that way, right? If she had not done that, do you feel like you would still gone this route?
I'm not so sure. She definitely got me interested in reading, but she was a writer, and so was my uncle was a writer. So except she wrote elementary school textbooks, and my uncle, her son, was a journalist. So there's always been a writer in the family. But early on I was always drawing. It wasn't until later on that I, as part of being, when I went into advertising and I started my own company, I started writing a lot, blogs especially. And my blogs were usually involved some stories, some storytelling in there. And from there, it wasn't that hard to jump from storytelling in my business blog to comic books, to writing comic books.
Still, that's to have that flexibility though, to be able to do both is amazing. Yeah, usually, I in my experience, I mean, people do one or the other, and they're very good at one or the other. To be proficient at both, it's like being ambidextrous. It's like being able to write with your left. do things with your left and right hand. That's
I don't know about that. I think I'm okay with both. I'm not sure if I'm great with both. So we'll see.
mark of a true creator that you're never happy. You're never happy
Yeah,
with
never happy.
never happy with yourself.
In fact, I even though I'm in my MFA program, I've been working on projects, and I just bring in other illustrators to do the stories, just because I'm never happy with my own work. So I'm actually working on a piece that I'm going to be submitting to Heavy Metal, and there's this thing called speed painting, and mostly it's like when artists like paint digitally within an hour. That they choose a theme, and they have to paint something within the hour, and mostly it's science fiction themes. And these guys are amazing. And so I found one guy who did it, and I'm doing a sci-fi story that we're submitting to Heavy Metal. But like when I thought about it, because I recently interviewed Joe Illich for the Comic Arts Workshop, and he said that the most important thing about a submission to Heavy Metal was that the artwork has to be impeccable. And I realized that if I'm going to submit this story, I can't draw it because I'm not at impeccable yet. so I got somebody else who did, who was.
But soon, right? Soon.
Yeah. Well, hopefully.
Yeah.
Wow, that's the word impeccable. I mean, it's definitely relative, but that's impeccable. So close to like perfect. The word perfect. Like, oh man, it's a lot of pressure.
So you look at Heavy Metal; it's always had really amazing art, And as an art director, I can see that I'm not at that level. So.
But don't you feel like, here's the thing I felt, as sort of getting into comics kind of later in life, is that even though you may feel like or I've certainly felt that it was a little bit of an age disadvantage, there was in fact an advantage in experience,
Mm-hmm.
like you have the experience of being an art director, you have the experience of doing a lot of different things. Do you feel like that's really the case for you?
Absolutely, but I think the other thing that you and I have, Amy, is a lot of really developed soft skills. We know how to network, we know how to build relationships, we know how to reach out to people and make them into allies. We know how to find those connections, how to make those connections, and also we know how to find resources and use them appropriately. So, and we also know how to just how to play nice with everybody else. I see so many people who don't know how to play nice in this small community, and then they get themselves blacklisted. I have a list of people who I will not work with because they just weren't very nice to either me or somebody I know, and it's a small community. Everybody knows each other. Word travels fast. If you're not a nice person, nobody wants to work with you.
I mean, comics is a team. This is the one thing that I realized almost immediately. If you want to be just like a solo person, do something else. You don't need to do comics.
Right, exactly.
Right? If I want to be a writer and I don't play nice, I could just write my own novel. Why do comics? You really. Yeah. The whole, for me, the whole thing about how wonderful comics is working with other people. Working with the
collaborative,
with the editors, with the publishers. That's really like the fun part, I think. And the food, this is soft skills, right? Bribing people with beignets in New Orleans is very important, right?
Well, I took you out to lunch to pick your brains. And
yeah, it worked. I was like, oh, free lunch. No, of course I wanted to catch up with you. And it's look where we are now. We get to like talk like this. So it's fantastic.
Exactly.
Go ahead.
Just never deny the power of a free lunch, though. It's pretty powerful. Yeah, whether it be in New York or soup dumplings in Seattle, never deny that power.
Right. And we're saying this here. Anyone can take us out to lunch. We're easily bribable, right?
It's official for sure. Absolutely.
Yeah. So Ramon, there's a whole history of really amazing, hardworking, talented Filipino artists. Did you feel like that also helped you in any way? Was there a network? I know there's a whole wave of people in the 70s that did some amazing things. Rudy Nebres, I met at oh my gosh. So nice, and like his artwork was amazing.
Yeah, Rudy did the artwork for my first anthology, Sci-Fis. So that was very nice of him.
Wow, that's amazing.
It was an amazing cover. So nothing that I could have done. Right. I remember meeting Tony DeZuniga back when I was younger. And whenever he's in town, I always chat up with Will Sportacio. And the first couple of comic books that I did, I mainly used artists from the Philippines. People like Louis Antonio, Roy Allen Martinez. These are guys who are now making waves in the comic book industry. But most of them studied under Will's actually.
Oh, is that right? Okay.
Yeah.
I did not know that. I had heard that he had mentored quite a few people, but
Will's had a studio in the Philippines, and a lot of what's his name? The guy who did, I can't remember his name. Not Miko Sayusan, the other guy, Linnell Yu, I think that's his
Lionel
name.
Yu, yeah.
Linnell Yu. Yeah, he was one of Will's students at that studio, or proteges at that studio. So, but Jerry Angu Elan, who recently passed away, was also part of that group. But there's a whole group of whenever Wills goes back to the Philippines, they all get together and just and have a reunion.
So nice. That's great. So. That's great. And do you go back to the Philippines often at all?
Not as often as I'd like. It's been about 10 years since the last time I went, but we're planning to go next year. We were supposed to go last year, but of course the pandemic hit. So.
All right. Since we're talking about the Philippines, and my heart is with food, as Ming is. Do you have? Do you cook? Do you have some favorite dishes?
Yes,
I know we've
cook.
talked about this a little bit because I was supposed to do this cooking anthology, which is still there, but I have not quite gotten there yet.
I'm waiting for it.
Let's talk about food. What can you cook? What can you cook for us?
Oh, I can cook adobo. I can cook something called nilaga, which is the beef version, but I also cook sinigang, which is the salmon version, and it's basically salmon with vegetables and a tamarind broth. And it's a little bit bitter, but it's an acquired taste that I think the Filipinos like. I cook something called menudo, which sounds Spanish, but it's basically pork and vegetables and liver in a tomato sauce. But lots of different dishes. So, when at one point, because we live in Midtown East, but at one point we moved to Brooklyn so my wife could open up her daycares over there. And it forced me, because we didn't have easy access to Filipino food while in Brooklyn. It forced me to learn how to cook a lot of the dishes. So that was the upside of living in Brooklyn. I learned how to make all these dishes. And so now when I go to a restaurant, I just make sure that I go to a Filipino restaurant, I make sure I just order things that I can cook.
Oh yeah, I think I think that's part of our culinary experience. You're never going to order something that you can easily make yourself. Adobo though is something I got heavily into over the quarantine. I met a half Filipino woman who gave me her recipe, and I seriously think it changed my life. I don't know where it was like I woke up all of a sudden. I was like, whoa, what's this? And as an Asian, I had all the ingredients already. Soy sauce, vinegar, peppercorns, garlic, chicken thighs. I mean, that at the base of it, that's all it is. But putting those things together was a magical experience. So it's one of my go-tos right now. So God bless the Filipinos, all forever, now and always.
It's quite easy to make, actually.
Yeah.
But if you're cooking pork, it just takes a while.
Yeah.
You gotta let it simmer.
Oh, and you got to throw in a little bay leaf for sure.
Bay leaf, right.
Throw in a little bay leaf. Yeah.
If you want to make it interesting, put a little coconut milk in there.
Oh, okay.
I like that. I like that. So do you put it in? Do you just put it in a regular old pot? Do you do something with an Instapot? Like, is there some magic appliance?
A regular pot.
Regular pot.
I usually make mine pork and chicken, so I'll simmer the pork for probably a good 45 minutes before I put in the rest of the ingredients or the chicken. But I'll probably simmer the pork usually in soy sauce and the vinegar and the pepper and the salt.
So
and I also add honey.
Oh, honey! So are you getting this from recipes, or are you just winging it? This is like a metaphor for comics too, isn't it? Right?
Oh yeah.
Yes. No, I followed the recipe the first time, and then I've just been sort of like improvising since then.
Much like creation. I'm sure.
Right? You put your own spin on it. Hopefully it comes out good. Doesn't, you try again, So we're going to have to do this as a panel, right? We got to do some kind of food panel, whether it's through Zoom or maybe like I kind of aspire like sometime maybe New York Comic Con, we should try to do a live cooking show. I think that would be really fun.
That would be fun. Yeah.
They may kick us out, but
It'd be worth it. It'd be worth it. Yeah,
Iron Comic Chef.
A Korean panelist, bring in the kimchi, the Taiwanese stinky tofu, just like really smell up the Javits Center. They will kick us out one day.
Oh yeah, 1,000-year-old eggs. All kinds of
fish sauce.
Fish sauce. Yeah, the sky's the limit for sure. I have to laugh. You were joking around bringing beignets to a panel, and you actually did.
I did
in New Orleans last time we saw each other, and yeah, by the end it looked like Scarface at the end. The panel tables usually covers the black tablecloth. Yeah, I felt bad. We messed that thing so. I think I took a picture of it. In fact,
there were piles of white powder. They must have been wondering what we were doing. We were doing beignets.
Yeah, they're
lines. You're doing lines.
Yeah. They thought these are just a bunch of comic book geeks. Like, no, man. They got crazy in here. For sure.
Yeah, that was good. Who was there? It was Jeff Parker, right?
I believe so. Yeah.
And
yeah, I'm trying to remember who else. It was
so much fun.
Yeah, all I remember is white powder everywhere. But that was brilliant.
Thank you.
That was brilliant. You had coffee delivered. You literally went and got it. And this is the kind of dedication you go to keep us happy.
It was also to keep me happy because I was like, I have to make sure I integrate beignets in here somewhere.
Oh, yeah.
And the Cafe Du Monde coffee. But I timed it wrong because you know how long that convention center is, and I'm huffing it with like all this stuff. I'm like, oh my God, the panel's going to start any minute. And I think some enterprising security guard with one of those golf carts basically had to give me a lift so I could get to the panel on time. It was like it should have been in a reality show. It would have been really great.
So you're telling me you got golf carted to the panel with Cafe Du Monde beignets and chicory coffee to your panel. That's first class service. That's hardcore.
It was like a quarter-mile walk. You know how long that convention center is, and I'm like, I'm not going to make it.
Yeah,
it's those life skills that Amy and I have because we're older. We know how to
Right. You don't need to make it sound like we're so.
Oh, you're right. Okay. We were seasoned. We're seasoned.
Experienced. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and you guys mentioned the importance of networking before, and I think that's what I really miss from not being at Comic-Cons for 15, 16 months was of course you see your old friends, but making new ones and making those connections, and as much as we traveled, it really did help, just industry wise and work wise, and it's good for the soul as well, but. The importance of networking is something that I implore on pretty much everybody, no matter what I do. And,
let's talk about networking, though, because I think sometimes people, especially creators and artists, have a very funny idea of what networking is, that they have this visceral reactions like, oh, I'm going to sell out. And it's not really, right? Authentic networking is really about making friends, in my opinion. That's really, you don't want to network with people who are kind of like douches and, like you say, don't play nice. I think to me, networking is really about meeting people like you guys, finding some commonalities, and these are the things that I think make industry tick.
I always tell my students, if you feel that networking is not very authentic because you feel like it's very opportunistic or self-serving, then you have it all wrong, because networking isn't about finding people who can help you. Networking is finding people you can help.
Right. Very important. I wish we could somehow asterisk that, replay it, pause it, because what Ramon just said is like so important, right?
And you're looking for people that you can help, and then you become known as the person who can help people.
Right.
And the return on that is what you're looking for.
Right. It's really about, what is your value add? Sorry, I'm going to pull out my business speak, right? What is your value add? Not like, what can you give me? Why should you be giving me a shot? It's really like, how can I help you with your problem? It's really the way people need to be looking at things, in my opinion.
Yeah, you want to be the go-to person when somebody needs help, when somebody needs a resource. If you're the go-to person, that's really all it is, because then people will know you and people will appreciate you, people value you, and because of karma, people want to help you later on.
Right. There we go. Another great concept, karma. Do you all believe in karma?
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. If I mean, if you look at the trajectory, the weird trajectory that my life has gone, I definitely believe in karma for sure. So, I mean, and even beyond that, it's fun to help people out. It's
It
fun.
is, right?
Yeah, it's fun to see, people, your friends, or people you meet, 6 months down the line, maybe score a project or just do something awesome, and if you help them get to that point, maybe even in one small way, it's that the amount of feeling, like, it's immeasurable. It's immeasurable. I love that feeling. I'm like, oh man,
Two
yeah,
more
yeah.
two more points I want to share on networking. Years ago, Greg Pak told me to build relationships with people at the same level as you, because people who are further along in their careers already have their own network, right? So you build a network with the people who are at the same level as you, and as you all forward in your career, you're each other's, you have each other's backs, and you will be helping each other out. The guy who's like been long in there 10 years longer than you already has their friends that they want to help. Every editor has like 10 friends who need work, and they're going to give it to the friends they came up with. So you need to make friends with people who are at the same level as you. So when they become editors, you become one of those 10 friends that they help out. And the other thing is that you can't network, you can't build relationships with everybody, but what you can do is you can pick the ones that you have great chemistry with. Then it becomes really natural for you guys to build that relationship. It becomes really cool to work together. It becomes really pleasant to be able to collaborate if you find those people you have really good chemistry with.
I would modify what Ramon's saying too, and what Greg's saying is that really you should network with everybody regardless of where they are. Because frequently, especially, you know how some people are like, ugh, they're newbies, I wouldn't want to talk to them. Those are the ones that sort of come along. Next thing you know, they're hiring you.
Right.
So
Yeah.
I wouldn't make any distinction, really. It's like, just be nice to everybody,
That's good advice.
It's so, like, it drives me nuts too when I see this. Again, another point about networking. I see this all the time where people do, like you say, they make a beeline for the celebrity, the old timer, the person, and they ignore who's working the table. Who's working the table is usually part of their family, their partner, their spouse, who actually controls what's happening at the table. It's
Yep.
just like the stupidest mistake I've ever seen. It's like, really, you're really exposing yourself as a person when you do that, So that's what I tell
Good
my students.
advice. Good advice. I'll have to modify it then.
Be nice
Yeah.
to everybody, because you don't know who they are, for one thing, and they frequently they could end up being the one that makes the decision for everything. So.
And yeah, it's crazy with social media, especially. I'm getting in contact with people I met 10, 20 years ago, who I never thought I'd see again, and all of a sudden I'm meeting them. It's very simple. Don't piss anybody off, because uh, y- you may be working for them later on, or you may be collaborating later, and it's much easier. If you like each other,
Correct.
you didn't piss them off 20 years ago. They'll remember. They'll remember the
I
It's
just feel
very
like it's
hard.
much easier to be a good person, isn't it? I hope
Yeah.
so. I don't know.
It really is. I wish we could tell everybody this. It's way less stressful, but
For sure, for sure.
yeah.
Yeah, I mean, so I'm like, right now. I've got different projects going on, and like what Ramon was saying, I was like, it's going to take at least 5 years. This one project that I just got, that was a result of 10 years. It was like 10 years of not networking per se, but like kind of making a pitch way back then, and it's finally coming up now, and that's not unusual. I think people need to remember this is, not instantaneous. A lot of stuff takes some time, needs to mature, and the opportunities and everything, the karma everything has to line up. So, these things happen, and it's a great thing. I'm just so pleased to be working with this editor now. So, two editors, actually, same thing. It's just taken years, not of being a pain in the ass, but just cultivating, building a body of work. And then at a certain point, they're like, hey, do you want to do this together? I'm like, yeah, for sure.
I've got a story to tell that's along those lines.
Oh, let's hear it. Let's hear it.
So years ago, I went up to, I think it was the White Plains Comic Con, right? And it's probably like early on when I went back into comics, and I met this lady who was a freelance editor at the time. Her name was Marie Javens. Right. And I just kept in touch. We just kept put her on my newsletter list, and she didn't unsubscribe. And then I would see her at the cons. I would just say hi, right? And then last year for Diversity Comic Con, right? Our theme for last year was Black Stories Matter. And so one of the faculty was also friends with used to be a DC bullpen guy, and he said, they're restarting Milestone Media. You should get in touch with them to see if they'd want to be part of the Comic-Con, of the Diversity Comic-Con. So I still had my Marie Javen's email. So I emailed her and I said, hey, Marie, I hear you guys are restarting Milestone. And our theme this year for the Diversity Comic-Con is Black Stories Matter. And she goes, that's great. We're not ready with the Milestone, but we have something else. And that's when they were launching the It's a Bird anthology, right? With Christian Cooper, right? And they were looking for a way to publicize it. So Marie got me in touch with their marketing people, and next thing you know, we have a DC panel at Diversity Comic Con, and with Athea, and Christian Cooper, Athea Martinez, right?
Oh, Aletha
Martinez.
Yeah.
Aletha Martinez, Christian Cooper, and Aletha's son was the one who actually moderated the panel. So we had that panel, and then and that's just a story of I just stayed in touch with Marie. We met probably 6-7 years earlier, and now I forgot to mention, Amy knows this, but Marie Javens was recently became the editor-in-chief.
Yeah, she's now the editor-in-chief of DC Comics.
DC Comics. There you go. So just keeping in touch, being nice, being pleasant, and not being a dick, and and being a resource for people.
And being a resource, like that was the right opportunity. It wasn't like, give me an opportunity, give me this, give me that. That was perfect. So great example. Like it's like we should be in class. You should be telling the story. So
yeah,
go ahead, Ming. Sorry.
Oh no, yeah, it's very easy. Don't be a dick. So don't
be a dick. Let's put that in big, Arial, bold, black.
Right.
And if you think about it, that's how I got Amy got Amy to give me some advice. Just we kept in touch.
I would give you that advice anyway. We've known each other forever, so don't be a dick. It's easy advice. It's easy.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. If there's one takeaway from anything, yes. And don't sell your advice short, Amy. It's pretty powerful. It's launched people in cool trajectories.
I do say to people, just do exactly what I did. Because it's not like a formula, but literally you just got to put the work into it, and be semi-competent. Be competent. You don't have to be a superstar, that's
exactly it.
Yeah.
One of the advice.
Yeah. It's like there's very few things that you can do. Like in comics, you can publish yourself. That's the amazing thing about comics. What you do will see the light of day. It's not necessarily, even movies now, actually, you can just go on TikTok and do stuff, right? So it's a wonderful time to be a creator now, right?
Yeah, which I saw at the Comics Art Workshop. I think both of us are constantly getting asked, like, how do I start my own? I want to, publish my own comic book. I want to create my own comic book. How do I do it? And we've given them some advice and tell them, it's not that hard to do now, but something like this is a organized online membership course that you've put together. That I think I'm just going to point everybody to. It's like, hey, go to the Comics Art Workshop, sign up. This for anybody and everybody, and learn the skills to get your own comic out there. That's awesome. How long ago did you start this?
Well, we've been having guest speakers since 2017,
Okay.
but the formal workshop with the actual curriculum was launched back in September. So we have a library of guest speakers, who've come to talk to our group. Neil Adams was one of them. Ross Chast, so a bunch of people, but I was always looking for a way to make it into an actual class.
Yeah.
But I just couldn't find a classroom space that was affordable in New York City. So when pandemic hit and everybody was doing Zoom classes, I realized, I could just do this online, and so I launched it, and we're now on our second cohort, well, third cohort actually, So yeah.
Well, so Ramon, we have a few minutes left, so go ahead.
Sure.
This is pimp everything that you're doing. We'll direct people to all of.
Yeah, what are you working on now? What are you working on? What have you been working on? Do you have anything to promote?
Well, aside from, we just finished our Kickstarter for Black Stories Matter, and we tripled our goal. And I'm actually working on production on that today so that I can get it out to the printers. But on October 16th and 17th, will be I think the 4th Diversity Comic Con. So we are just beginning the planning stages of that. It'll be completely virtual. The school, and it's different from other Comic Cons in that it's completely free. The school is basically an initiative from the school. They have a diversity grant that they give out, and so they fund the entire Comic Con. And part of that mandate is that I can't charge admission. I can't charge for anything. So basically, they pay for everything: the tables, all the marketing, and yeah, that's my ringtone.
The away team needs you.
There you go. But yeah, so it's the 16th and 17th. Amy did it last year. I think you did it the year before too, right? Except we did when we were live, right? Yeah. So that's the only thing. October 16th and 17th. If you do a Google search for Diversity Comic Con, you'll see all the programs from last year on the site, and as well as the pictures from the previous 2 years. So that's the one big thing I'm plugging right now is Diversity Comic Con.
Okay, and what's the website? I think it was like
diversitycomiccon.com.
Okay, excellent.
So it's that simple.
And you said it's going to be October 16th and 17th this year?
I think that's right.
Okay.
Little frozen. Yeah. All right, and then what about any of your works? Your website. Where's your website? Your website?
Let's see. I've got a graphic novel from Benchmark Press coming out called Everybody Has a Hero, but it won't be available in comic book stores. It's something that's going to be distributed through it's something that it's going to be a part in a textbook. It's a textbook graphic novel that'll be given out to sixth graders, I believe. So that's going to be interesting. And is there anything else in the Black Stories Matter anthology I mentioned already is coming out? And I think that's it. Those are the only things really that I'm working on.
Okay, well,
and we have a metal piece, but there's no guarantee about that yet.
Yeah. Well, Ramon, you are an inspiration, I think, to everyone who has, sort of maybe not done it for a while and is now dipping their toes back into it, or maybe going full throttle into making comics again. Right? Did you ever question that this is not what you should be doing? Did you have
all the time? Don't we all? Don't we all? But you know what? Though there was a period wherein I was just getting too much. I was just absorbing too much information. I was looking at sales. I was looking at the decline of the industry, things like that. And I realized you just gotta go back down to the basic. You want to tell stories, in comic form, and in the end, everything else doesn't matter. You just want to tell your stories and get them out there, regardless of what the industry is doing, regardless of what the trends are going on. Just, when that's all your focus, it becomes so much easier. You're not worried about, will that be a big hit? Will it make enough money? So just work on your stories. Oh, one more thing I just finished. I forgot to tell you guys. I did finish my grad school thesis, and it's called Comic Books versus Graphic Novels, the difference, the schism, and the future. And the whole idea is that you have the comic book industry, which is Marvel, DC, and all those guys. And you have the graphic novel industry, which is Scholastic and Random House and all those guys. And there's a separation, not just in the format and the business model and the creators, maybe not so much the creators, but the thesis talks about how it came to be and what the future is going to be like. So I interviewed Andrea Colvin, I interviewed John Jackson Miller, I interviewed Heidi McDonald, everybody to figure out what's going to happen for the future. And looks like the future is bright for both industries. So, and hopefully there'll be more cross-pollinating between the two. So,
Yeah, thank
but,
goodness.
but I'll
And
probably make that thesis available somehow online.
yeah, that's something I would not only like to read myself. That's something I'd like to pass on to other people, for sure. So that's amazing. And what a great what a great topic for a thesis. That's what I would definitely delve into. I had one more question. I saw in your bio that you're constantly on the search for the most authentic Mexican taco. Where is that? Because Amy and I are still looking for it.
Well, it depends. Do you want to stay in Midtown or do you want to go up to Spanish Harlem?
We'll go anywhere.
Anywhere.
We'll go anywhere.
Well, I think the best, if you're willing to go to Spanish Harlem, on East 16th Street is Taco Mix, and their carnitas taco is to die for. It's got just a perfect balance of fatty meat in it, But if you can't go up there, right around Bloomingdale's, there is, I think it's something al sabor. It's a cart, and they have two of them. Usually the other one of them is at Bloomingdale's. The other one sometimes is on Park Avenue and like 51st.
Yeah.
And that's pretty good too. But I would say Taco Mix in Spanish Harlem.
Taco Mix. Okay, done.
Taco Mix in Spanish Harlem.
I'm writing it down. I'm bookmarking it. Thank you.
And you gotta get the carnitas taco. They also have tongue.
Carnitas.
But if you're really brave, then you can get the tongue.
Oh, the lengua. Lengua. Yeah, it's got to be sliced thin. If it's too thick, then it's too much like tongue. So too much like that. Yeah. That's just me though. That's just me.
Yeah. Hey, Ming, where are you based out of?
I'm in New Jersey, so
okay.
I'm literally an hour away from you on a good day.
Yeah, so Ming, we got to sort of reprise our last get together before COVID hit, right? We need to actually physically since we're all vaccinated now and everything. Ramon, you should come down anytime.
Happily, I drive everywhere now, so yes, I'll come down.
Oh, nice. Yeah, I feel like so I've been drinking out of this mug the whole time. I don't know, Ming, if you recognize this. This is from our favorite. So a little plug for a local small business, Mia Table and Home. They do cute cat. Sorry, I'm like doing this wrong. Tableware, Japanese tableware, and this is one of their more popular offerings. I think they were sold out of this cat mug. I finally got it from my friend here, and so shout out to them because they're huge fans of Ming, not me. They didn't know who I was.
Stop it.
One more thing. Last weekend I just did a panel with Fernando Ruiz.
Oh, Fernando!
And he had the nicest things to say about you, and of course I knew that was true, right?
Oh, wow!
Oh, yeah, Amy's the sweetest lady, so
sweetest lady.
Fernando Ruiz draws for Archie Comics, and he teaches at the Joe Kubert School where Amy also teaches.
That's right. So I'm gonna have to get him a mug.
Yeah, and I'm so glad that Anthony took over the school. He's such a nice guy.
Yeah. I think that the school is doing great. It's doing well. And Ramon, I'll have to have you come. Assuming I'm still employed there, I'll have to have you come and guest lecture for one of my business classes because you're the ideal person to talk about.
I've driven past the school several times, but it's always on the weekend, so it's always closed. I've always wanted to see what the school looks like on the inside.
Well, no, you can go in. So they do classes on the weekends sometimes. They're usually for the kids though. So they'll do Saturday classes. But those are the art classes. I'm not as talented where I can actually teach certainly anything related to art or drawing. But but I will teach writing and I'll teach business. So
there you go. Put to the other panel. Me and Ming will come.
Oh yeah. Yeah. I will.
Yeah. Okay. So, any last words of advice, Ramon, before we let you go?
At the end of my interviews for the Comic Arts Workshop, I asked the guests what's a brutally honest piece of advice they could give, and I think it was Chris Sotomayor or Ivan Cohen. I can't remember who said it, but he said, "Finish shit." Nobody hires people who don't finish it. So make sure when you do something, you finish it.
Right. Right.
That's
Finish.
that's the whole game right there.
Super important. It can be the best thing ever, but if it's not done, it's not done. It's not ready. So
yeah.
Excellent advice to end with. Ramon, can you share with us all your social media, wherever you lurk in social media land?
Oh yeah. If you just do a Google search for Ramon Gil, but it's ramongil.com, it's my regular website. And if you do a comic search for Comic Arts Workshop, you'll also find my website. And I'm not very good on Instagram. I post on Instagram sometimes. Ramon Gil Art is the screen name. But basically, if you do a search for Ramon Gil, you'll find me. RAMONGIL.
Yeah,
The only other Ramon Gil online is some neurologist. So that's not
yeah. And
so we know which one you are.
I saw you have a DeviantArt page, and you're on Facebook as well under one of your older projects or your current projects, Facebook.com sci-fis. So yeah, I just do the Google search.
Yeah, just do the Google search.
Yeah.
Well, it's so great to see you again, Ramon. Thanks for joining us.
Yeah,
Thanks for being our first guest.
Me.
Guinea pig. Thanks for being our first guest and our guinea pig.
Oh, I didn't know that was your first guest.
Well, no, in this weekend, for the weekend.
Oh, this weekend, okay.
Yeah, so you're.
Thank you very much, and thank you for doing something for Asian Pacific Heritage Month.
Yeah, no, we had to, right? It's like
one of the things that Amy didn't share was that her and I were very involved in the Asian community back in the 90s. Her with A Magazine and me with the Asian Heritage Festival. So, and I was doing freelance illustrations for A Magazine back then too.
So for the Heritage Festival, I managed to get them into the latest DC one-shot. I don't know if you noticed in my Katana story with Blue Beetle and
I haven't seen it. I'll check it out.
You didn't see it? I said it at the festival, just for everybody who ever worked on that festival in New York City, you know, because of course we couldn't do it this year, but I thought that would be kind of a nice shout out.
Yeah, but A Magazine used to table at the festival, I believe. So
yeah, I think so. I think everyone used to table at that festival.
You know, when I first moved to New York City, my only people I knew in New York City was Brian Wu.
What? Really?
Yeah, and only because before I moved to New York City, I contacted him and saying, "Hey, I'm moving to New York City. Do you guys need an illustration?" And so that was my first. Brian was probably the first guy I knew. In was Hajime Ando part of A Magazine? I don't remember.
Hodge was this is all so long ago, and all runs together. Everyone sort of was with different groups, and we also Hodge
right? was an art director for the Asian Arts Alliance, which Amy was the executive director.
That's right. Okay, so that was now this is going way back. So and Hodge and Brian were I think they were at Carnegie Mellon together. Anyway, so we don't need to go through like, hey, Brian, hey, Hodge, if you're ever watching this.
But yeah, that's how I got connected to Amy because they brought me into A Magazine, and then
funny.
The rest is history.
Wow. All right, we will definitely reminisce because there's stuff I don't remember because that was kind of like, you know, centuries ago.
Yeah. It was last century, not that long. It was just last century, not centuries, just one century.
Yeah. All right. We're gonna let you go, Ramon. It was so.
Thank you, Ramon. Thank you.
And then Ming, we should. What else can we pimp? I feel like Ramon was remarkably restrained, and this is kind of like supposed to be a shopping network. We're not NPR, and we can't sell anything, right? I mean.
Oh yeah, yeah. I mean, the reason I love live streaming like this is that there are no rules. You know,
right.
Yeah, pretty much. I just love every time I talk to you, I learn something new. I didn't know you were involved with A Magazine. Your resume is long and diverse and awesome. And, you know, we've known each other for a while. Every time, though, I'm like,
I've had like 5 lives, you know?
I know. And I don't know why I was down in Pensacola. Somebody was talking about, you know, the great Macau, Macau, and you spent some time down there as well. And I always love bragging that you were like the head of tourism or something down there.
Macau, I got stories about Macau. Man, that was like the crazy days. They're still kind of crazy, I think, but you know.
Oh yeah, for sure. And one day I'd love for you to be my tour guide down there, for sure.
I don't even know if I recognize it. The last time I was there was ooh, 2019 actually, and I did take some people over there, and it was just transformed. And but of course, we got the VIP tour, which I fully
Well,
didn't
of
expect.
course, of
Yeah, it was
course.
like wow. My old boss basically shut down everything for us so we could tour. I was like, wow, you didn't have to do that. I feel very that's so kind of
I,
wild.
yeah, somehow it's either me or you. We always wind up. It's like, hey, here, would you like a private tour of this? I'm like,
Yeah,
well,
yeah,
yeah,
it
of
was
course we
like
would.
they brought out the big guys too.
Yeah, and yeah, it's yeah, it's not like we ask for it either, so it just happens. So, and yeah, for sure.
Yeah. Anyway, okay, so let's. Oh, we should give people a heads up. Who do we have next?
I believe we have Joe Eisma, correct?
Joe Eisma. We can talk more food. Joe, I love Joe. We'll definitely when he comes on, right?
Did everyone you book on here like they're foodies? Because I noticed that. I know we got Jae Lee coming up as well, and Ron Lim, and yeah, I mean honestly, I think yeah, it is Asian American Pacific Islander Month. I mean most Asian people. I think I've only met one or two Asian people in my life where it's like, oh, I don't eat that. I'm like, what? Yeah,
Right. You're not
that are
Asian. I'm sorry. No.
yeah that are picky eaters. So I've only met one. I'm not going to mention her by name, but she may be watching, and she
Right.
knows who she is. So
Wasn't me. Wasn't me.
no, definitely not you.
Right, right. So we got Joe Eisma coming up next. Following Joe, we've got Jae Lee, legendary, right? Of which I've shared a few meals with, so we can
Yeah, yeah,
talk
yeah.
about
So have
that,
I. So
right? And then we end with Ron Lim. So
yeah.
it's a great lineup. And I think oh, I had kind of promised. I don't know how we're going to do this.
Okay.
I sort of said on social media that I was going to do some giveaways, just to get people excited. But I didn't really plan what to give away. I have a lot of stuff I can give away. I don't know what people want. So, of course, I got
Um.
comics. I've got, what do you think? How
Yeah.
should we
I
do
mean, in my experience, people love anything you give away.
it? Okay.
So yeah.
Well, and you know me, I'm all about like marketing, and I got swag, I've got stuff. More so, people get interested and start asking good. Not that people haven't asked good questions, but something, or maybe we can do some trivia. I don't know. What do
Oh
you
yeah,
think?
I love that. Or I just love seeing comments. One of the greatest things about this platform is that if people comment, we can put it right up on the screen. So with that in mind, yeah, yeah,
Right,
comment. I think
right,
we'll
right.
pick out commenters. We'll send you.
Right, right. Quality comments, maybe great questions, and then
Yeah.
at some point, maybe if we have some trivia that we can ask, and somebody gets it right, I'm happy to give them a signed comic or what else? I think I may even have an extra some Death Wish swag.
Oh, I've got plenty of.
Oh
So
yeah, yeah. So we can
yeah,
we can promote our favorite coffee as well. You know,
I yeah yeah we both love
my
Deathwish
favorite
coffee.
coffee.
My
Yeah, I
favorite
don't know.
coffee as well.
Okay,
Oh
good.
yeah, they support both of us greatly and the comic book industry. They publish their own comic book, the Odin Force comic book,
Right.
and they've been known to send me some stuff here and there. So yeah, I've got plenty of Deathwish stuff to give away for sure.
Okay, let's do that. Let's do that because
Okay.
I feel like our friends there deserve. And I may joke about being easily bought by lunch, but coffee is a serious matter, and I would
No.
not support coffee that I did not enjoy. Right there we go. I mean, right now I'm drinking a Nespresso because that's all they have here.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with Nespresso, but Death Wish coffee on one hand, not only is it freaking strong, which I like,
The
there's such a
world's strongest. Yeah.
supporter of comics in general. And I don't think I've ever seen Nespresso pack a comic. So
No, I mean, well, yeah, we may have to suggest it, but yeah, big thank you to Jeff Ayers over at Deathwish
yeah,
Coffee
Beth, we
for
love you.
always, yeah, for always being like, hey, we got an event going on. Could you send a couple of things over, and
Right.
then you'll get like 3 boxes sent to your office, and then you can't give it away fast enough because everybody loves it.
Yeah, you know,
So,
I want to sort, you know, while we're waiting for Joe to join us, I'm going to share how I love Death Wish and how they're such a big supporter. It's, you know, what was the last a couple New York Comic Cons
yep.
ago. I hope New York Comic Con's not listening to this. You know, I love my coffee, and you know, Artist Alley, and they had the Death Wish had a setup outside, and I was like, I'm stuck inside, so they smuggled in a air pot of coffee for
Oh
me.
yeah.
You remember that? I had that under my
I
table.
I remember as I definitely took advantage of it.
I felt very popular that year, you know?
Yeah.
People were coming by. I'm like, this is the way to go. This is definitely the way to go.
Yeah,
So,
it's something that I would love to do at my table. It's like, hey, come, hang out. I'll brew you coffee.
right.
I will literally brew you coffee, and I'll do it in 5 different ways. I'll, Aeropress,
Left
Chemex.
table
K-
next to each other. So what I also got one of these little mini waffle makers, one of those dash mini waffle makers. So my plan was to smuggle the waffle maker
Oh
in,
yeah,
right? Because it's about that big. And
yeah,
then we could do coffee. And under my table, as long as I've got an outlet, I'll be making waffles for people on the sly.
yeah. Or figure it out how to hook it up to a USB power supply.
Oh
We'll
yeah.
we'll figure out how to make the Asian bubble waffles too. I mean,
I
it'll
got
be a
that.
whole thing.
It's much a bigger device, so I don't know if I can, you know, smuggle that in, but I got one. I haven't tried it out yet. We can do that. We should do that. Next time we see each other, I'll bring it in and we'll make some bubble waffles. Is
Oh
that
yeah,
classic, right?
yeah, yeah. Comics, pop culture, waffles, coffee. It's a
If you all have not had a bubble waffle, which is kind of like what you do when, you know, you go to Chinatown
yep.
and, you know, and how much does it cost? What is it, like
It's
$2?
yeah, it's very inexpensive.
It's,
Very.
yeah, it's delicious. All right, so we're going to take a commercial break, and when we come back, we'll have the fabulous Joe Eisma with us, hopefully, right?
Yeah, sounds great.
All right, great. So
Awesome.
we'll see you in a bit. Well, okay, are we back? Are we back? Where's my buddy Ming? And we have Ming's chair, and he's got a lot more going on in the background, if you can hear me, but you know, welcome back. We've got Joe Eisma joining us, my friend Joe Eisma, the wonderful. Hey, Joe, it's been so long. How are you doing?
Good. How are you?
I'm okay. I'm all hyped up on coffee. I've been
Very
drinking
nice.
in the morning, yeah. And I'm so glad you could join us.
I'm glad to be here. Thanks for inviting me.
Oh no, it's my pleasure. It's been such a long time, and we've been talking about food pretty much for the last
Oh, good. I
hour.
love food.
Yeah, I know, because where were we hanging out that we had that fabulous?
That was Denver, I believe. Oh, I think it was Denver. No, it was Houston. Was it Houston when we had the crawfish?
Crawfish, yeah, it was Houston, right? It was Houston.
Yeah.
It would have been,
Yeah.
yeah, and it was in that crawfish that made that great escape.
Right? Oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
The blood curdling scream that elicited from that woman.
Oh, that's right. Now I remember. And so in this is very apropos, right? Because it was Vietnamese style crawfish, wasn't
Yeah,
it?
I think
Yeah,
so.
yeah. Can you explain that to everybody? Because that was my first time having that.
Well, I was actually my first time too.
Oh, was
I
it
think you
you?
found the restaurant because I hadn't even heard of it. Because I'm from Dallas, and Houston is about 4 hours, 4.5 hours from where I live. And just in terms of
Hey,
uh, just in terms of like cuisine down there, I was kind of just as green as anybody. I was like, I don't really know where good places to go to eat, so I was like so happy that you had found this restaurant.
Oh, I found it. It wasn't you.
Yeah.
Okay.
No,
I think
no.
I did the research. Okay, cool.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, it was great.
So we're talking about food as usual.
oh, gee, how surprising! I'm shocked. I'm so shocked. What city were you guys in? I'm sorry, I missed that part.
It was Houston.
Oh, Houston, one of my favorite cities in the world.
Mhm.
The vast amount of culinary adventures that you can have in Houston. You can get the best taco in the world to like Himalayan food. It's and
Wow.
there is a pho place called Pho Band by Night. They're open until 4 in the morning. It's the greatest thing. So
And we had the greatest crawfish boil at a Vietnamese place of which we cannot remember, but I have the notes in here somewhere. So anyway, but this is not the food channel. This is the comics channel,
Yeah.
right? Or comics and food now. Comics, food, and
Sure.
coffee.
Yeah.
So it's Joe, thanks so much for taking an hour out of your day. I know
course.
it's a Memorial weekend and everything, and and it's May. It's Asian American Pacific Islander Heritage Month, which I can now say without like stumbling over my own words. So
it's a mouthful. It's a mouthful for sure.
it
I
is.
don't blame you.
Yeah. So Joe, let's talk a little bit. I know you've got your own fan base. You've been primarily. Have you ever actually written? You've drawn for the most part, but have you also written?
Well, back when I had my Patreon, I did a web comic there that I wrote and drew, and that's really like my only time that I've written. I probably got enough to like collect them all into like a single issue, but yeah, that was fun. But it was like so backwards from how I would kind of imagine the process, or how every other process that I've gone through. Where I get the script and do some layouts, and then get some feedback, and then do the line art. Because like eventually, like I had the whole plan. Like I was going to write the script and I was going to do it all the proper way. But as I got going, as you do in comics, sometimes things fall behind and you get behind. And so I would have a deadline. I'd be like, I have to come up with the comic strip. So I would just start drawing. And I was like, I'll worry about the script later. I was like, I'll just draw, because it was like 3 panels per comic strip, 3 or 4 panels. And so I would just look where I left off, and I'd have like a vague idea where I was going, and I would just be like, okay, I'm going to do 4 more panels, just kind of what I would imagine happening next, and then did all the dialogue and stuff last. I guess it's like reverse Marvel style, or I don't know, whatever method it was.
It's perfectly valid. What was the story? What was the comic?
Well. So my kind of claim to fame in comics is a book called Morning Glories from Image Comics, written by Nick Spencer. It's been on hiatus for a very long time, and we have a very vocal fan base who pretty much never lets me forget that it's on hiatus. It's like between me, constantly bugging Nick to write more script, and them, there's just still nothing happening. So I was like, I'll do like a web comic exclusive to my Patreon that is sort of like a side story, kind of like Rosencrantz and Guildenstern are dead, for the Morning Glories universe. So it's just like it runs parallel to the story from issue 1 onwards, with these kind of background characters that I would throw in just randomly, and it was like it's their story. And Nick was like, okay, whatever you want to do, that's fine. So I just ran with that and did it, and it was just this really bizarre and humorous take, because I'm a big fan of humor in comics. I love to draw humor. I ended up at Archie Comics for several years, doing a lot of the. I mean, that's a really great place to, really for an artist to do those humor kind of style stuff. And Morning Glories is not really a humorous book. It's more of like a thriller / I don't know, suspense horror book. I don't know, teen drama. So it was absolutely not within the realm of anything Nick would have done. And but I had fun with it, and I had a pretty good response to it. So I don't know. I've got other ideas that I want to write, but It's always time is always the factor. You gotta have time.
I hear you. Writing, and this is a testament to great writers like Amy. It's tough.
Yeah.
It doesn't. I don't know, for me, like things just don't come to me. So it's just hard. And then on top of that, we're surrounded by such great writers that it's very intimidating. Yeah, for me personally, I was like, okay, well, I want to, I haven't done yet. I would love to write a comic book. And I have such great influences and collaborators, but then I look up and there's a guy like Kevin Smith just writing, his he doesn't even have to try, it seems like. And I was like, oh man, it's very intimidating.
It's not fair.
Yeah, right. Yeah, it's not fair. Yeah, it's like playing pickup basketball with Michael Jordan. It's tough. But but I guess I got to look at it like, hey, you got Michael Jordan here in front of you. Like he can probably teach you a few things, and even he would be like, hey, you might not be as good as me, but I want you to be almost as good as me. Don't beat me, but I'll help you get almost as good. And I should take advantage of that for sure.
Yeah.
But the main point is, it's tough though. I think that was my main point.
Yeah, but that's great because everyone's got to start somewhere, right? And how did you get started, Joe? Like let's talk about your journey, your origin story.
We love origin stories.
What was your family like? Were they supportive?
Well, yeah, it's really funny because my dad, to kind of tie this into my heritage, my dad, he sadly passed away 10 years ago, but he was native Filipino, and so I'm half Filipino and half white. But my dad was a voracious reader, and we had a bookstore kind of like 50, because I grew up in a small town in Texas called West, and just north of a town called Waco. And so down in Waco there were a couple of bookshops, and there was this one, I'm going to plug them because they were so awesome. Golden's Book Exchange in Waco, Texas. It's run by a lovely woman named Donna Carroll. They had, it's like everybody's dream bookstore. The shelves are just reach up to the ceiling, and it's just like a labyrinth inside of books. So my dad would take me there, and they had comics. So that's how I kind of got into comics. And I was like, I kind of like this. I like drawing. And so I would start drawing as a kid. I would just draw like on the backs of worksheets at school. I would just draw my own comics and stuff, and kind of just wanted to do that. But as you grow older and stuff, you kind of drift away from things. And I drifted away from drawing comics, and I went to school for a completely different field, and I ended up in grad school for video game development and worked in game development for a few years. But it's funny because I got burned out in that field, and it wasn't very creatively fulfilling. I was basically just getting an asset list of items I needed to make, and I really wasn't contributing, like creatively. So I remembered comics and how I liked drawing, and this was probably like 2005. And so I started drawing again, this time digitally, because I'm left-handed, and for lefties, when we draw, it kind of smears the paper all over the place. So I always hated that, but doing it digitally with the Wacom tablet, I could get crisp line art. So I was so happy to be able to do that. So I started teaching myself to draw comics digitally, and I did a few like independent things for some really small press things. And my first book came out 2008 from a local publisher here in Dallas. And that's really kind of how I got started. I just got bored with my job, and I was like, I'm going to try this because you only get one go at this. So I'm going to give it a shot. And that's what I did.
Yeah. What was that day job that you're like, I
was working for an independent game developer. It actually wasn't that bad of a job. It was pretty cushy to work from home. I had my then wife had our first son. So I got to stay home with him. We had some help come in to watch him so I could draw for a few hours, and work on video games. Yeah. We did like Nintendo DS and early iPhone titles, and I'm not going to tell anybody who the developer was because the games are awful. So, but it paid pretty good, and it was nice, steady work, but just really wasn't, like I said, like it was kind of just like a slog because I really didn't have any creative input. I wasn't able to like pitch ideas or come up with concepts. The boss, the head of the company, basically said, we're going to do this kind of game and we need this, this, and this. And it was every game we worked on. And so, which is fine. It was his company. He could do what he wanted. But it left me with a lot of free time because I would work pretty quickly and I'd have all this time. I didn't have anything to do. So I was like, I'll just draw. And eventually got the bug to do comics again.
And I think most importantly that the day job paid the bills, but you weren't passionate about it, and
No.
I think that means everything for sure.
Yeah.
So I'm glad you took that leap. I think I have a lot of people asking for, it's like, oh, how do I take that leap? It's like, well, you might have to suffer for a little bit. You might have to go get that day job that you're not passionate about. Save that money, and then work. By night, kind of like, I'm always like, be like Batman. By night, go do what you're passionate about. Might not be fighting crime, but it's kind of your version of living another life, and slowly you can transition it over. So I love hearing stories like that. I think me and Amy have very similar stories as well.
I wish there wasn't so much of a stigma about having a day job, because it's really, I know people your passion may be comics, it may be doing art or games or whatever, and that's great. But it's very luck of the draw in this business. I mean, you don't know what you're working on, if it's going to be successful or not, or if you're going to be successful. So to just go out without any kind of safety net is harrowing, especially for me, because I'd had a newborn at that point and mortgage. So I was like, probably not best to just quit and pursue this, willy-nilly. I mean, luckily it worked out. It took a long time. Honestly, I was in the business for 5-6 years before I started seeing any kind of money from it, and even then, it's the thing about freelance is pretty much parallels just the concept of freelance. I mean, you've got your highs and your lows, and ebbs and everything. Like some night, you'll have really successful period, and then it'll just the trough will hit. And it's nice to have something there to kind of keep some consistency. Yeah.
And stuff. And I worked at a bakery. I worked answering phones. Yeah. And is that what I wanted to do in life? No. But it was nice having that juxtaposition where, by day I did something to pay the bills, didn't love it. And then at night, I knew that when I got home, I could, eat dinner and then work on something that I really loved. And to kind of, I think it increased my appreciation that I could have that time afterwards to work passionately about something later on after the day job. So, for any kids out there, you might have to slog through that job that you don't like, but it will. I think in the long run makes you better at what you really love doing, what you really have a passion for.
Yeah,
right.
Well put.
There's definitely time management, becomes an issue, right?
Oh yeah.
But let's talk a little bit more about the freelance life. I mean, do you like that, or it just comes with the territory?
I love it, honestly. I mean, it has lots of drawbacks too. Obviously, there is those times when you don't really know where your next project's coming from, or the panic when you don't have something lined up. But I love being in charge of myself, my own destiny. That's the thing I got from my dad. He was a doctor and he had his own practice. He had lots of opportunities to join up with hospitals and other physicians and stuff, and he turned them down because he was like, I like being my own boss. I like making my own hours, and that stuck with me, and it still sticks with me, and I love it. And it took me a long time. I mean, like Ming said, sometimes you have to work late, like you do your day job, whatever, and then you have your family time, whatever. And then there was times I'd be working to 1 a.m. or later. But now I've settled into a routine where I can pretty much shut everything off around 5:30 and have family time. It took a long time, and it's not to discourage anyone to say it's impossible, but yeah, I love it. I mean, being my own boss, picking and choosing what I want to work on and who I want to work with. Honestly, it's the best gig in the world to me.
It sounds ideal. I mean, what are what are the things that you find or that you had to cultivate in terms of skills, like how to manage that lifestyle?
Oh,
You
yeah.
know, that you can do that. Because I know people who can't turn it off. They just
Oh, sure.
working around the clock, you know?
Yeah, yeah. Time management. You mentioned it. Time management. That's a huge thing. I mean, you have to be disciplined. I mean, like, especially for people who work in comics or whatever that work from home. I mean, everybody was talking about, the whole year of lockdown about how hard it was to work from home. And I'm like, I've been doing this for like 15 something years, but
Yeah, this ain't so hard. What are you guys whining about?
yeah.
So bad.
Right. Well, it's funny because at the game developer that I worked for, I was pretty much the lead artist, and we had a pretty regular rotation of programmers that would come through, and they couldn't do it. They couldn't work from home because, and I'm not trying to stereotype computer programmers. I'm just talking about the ones that we worked with, but like they would be too tempted to just slack off and play World of Warcraft or whatever. And, I love video games. I would love to sit there and just play PS4 all day, but you have to like kind of come to a discipline. You're like, okay, I need to work. Like for me, I always kind of came up with like a quota of stuff. Like I need to complete this many pages a week or this much on a page or two a day. And it would be something to work towards. It's like the other thing too, like with just in general, like I work better on a deadline. Give me a goal to reach and I will figure it out. Like I'm a big planner. I love to just like see a date and I'm like, okay, now I know what I need to do. I can look at a script. I can see which pages are going to take longer, which ones are going to be shorter, and I can budget. I don't draw in sequence. I'll do a more time intensive page, then do a shorter page, and then break it up. So it's all about like how you arrange your workload, and then the other thing is like it's not just time management. It's like budgeting your money too. That's the other thing that I think a lot of people don't think about is. Sometimes you'll get, since you're doing freelance work, you'll finish a project and you'll get paid and you're like, wow, it's a lot of money. But they're like, oh, you better take your taxes out.
Yep.
So set aside for taxes. That's one thing. And then as you work, try to set aside some for like a rainy day. And I know that's easier said than done, but that's why I hold on to I would hold on to the day job so that I would have regular income and I could figure out, okay, I can set aside this much for later if there's like, a fallow period in my workload. So time and, budget management is really key to a successful, I think, freelance career.
Now, we all have kids. How do you manage that?
Oh man, that is, it's tough. I mean, my kids are older now. They're 12 and 8. But when they were younger, it was crazy. I mean, my youngest, when he was young, I actually had him in the baby Bjorn, and I would be at my tablet just like with him sleeping, and I'd be drawing.
Yeah. You do what you can.
Yeah, you do what you got to do. And like we hired a nanny for a few years, and she would watch my kids for like 5 hours a day, and so that would be 5 intense work hours, and then I would spend the rest of the day with them until they went to bed. And then work the night shift. And now, since they're older, like they're in school, except now it's summertime and I'm going to cry. But
Yeah.
But like while they're in school, it's like, all right, that's when I'm working, and it's so great. But it's just you really. I mean, I'm lucky because I can lean on family. I have family up here where I live, and my ex-wife, her family is nearby too, and like her parents love to take my kids out and go do activities. And it's great. So like for just in my case, like not everybody's that lucky. I mean, a lot of people don't live near family or whatever, they can't afford like a nanny or babysitters. I totally understand, like I'm coming like from a point of privilege or luck or whatever here. So that's just how I made it work. But it's not easy, especially, you don't want to neglect the kids. You don't want to just park them in front of the TV or the iPad or something. But yeah, they, for a while, I mean, they go through these periods where they're like, they really think what I do is cool, and then where they're like, just But like for a while, they're like, my youngest would come in here and draw with me while I was working, and I mean that was great. But
that sounds so nice.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, come on, Amy, don't sell yourself short. Your kids are cooking you gourmet meals, and I've met your kids are pretty cool. And I know when you can, you're bringing them along to the conventions as well. So don't sell yourself short, my friend.
Well, my kids, though, I have to say, when we're talking about kids, you do have to figure out strategy. It sounds like Joe has figured out strategy, and strategy is very important. My strategy was, not even just getting the kids involved. I'm going to a convention, I bring them along, and you sort of figure out where their sweet spot is. And unfortunately, my youngest really likes to cook, so that becomes part of my support strategy. Encourage that, right? But I think it's also funny, like, when we have these kids grow up in our households, I have to assume they think it's normal that all moms, write comics and dad draws comics, or, at a certain point, it's like becomes kind of obvious that not all parents do that, right?
Yeah. And I mean, in my case, my ex-wife, she worked in an office and I work at home. And like, it's just so funny to me, like how much they kind of would just take for granted. Not that I was like upset about it, but it's just like dad is here all the time. He works from home. Like I can always go to dad. And like, there'd be times like I would, especially when because I would still do the game development, I'd be on a conference call with my boss about something. And, this is when they were really little. And we had hired our nanny. And like they would just be like, Dad, can I get a popsicle or something? I'm like, I'm on a call. But like, because they just don't, that doesn't mean anything to them. It's just like I'm here. And like they, like I said, what I do isn't cool to them. So
my kids will. They I'll be on a call and they'll like poke their head in. It's like, oh, are you in a call? I'm like, I'm on a call. They're like, hey. It's like,
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I think you brought up something very important to parents. People are always asking me, it's like, hey, man, your kids think what you do is cool. I'm like, your kids very rarely, your kids never think you're cool. Very, very rare instances your kids think you're cool. If somehow you get involved with something that they're into, then they're cool. Like if I showed up in Fortnite with Steve, or I'm sorry, Minecraft with Steve, I'd be totally cool. But I haven't. Or if I show up as a Fortnite character, or there's a Ming Chen weapon or something, I'd be awesome. Hasn't happened yet, so I'm not cool yet.
Yeah, it wasn't cool until turns out the science teacher is really into DC and Marvel, and then it suddenly became okay.
It's like, I got something I can contribute to that.
It's something you can leverage. It's like, well, my mom writes comics.
Yeah, and I've started to bring them to conventions too. Well, before COVID, but my oldest, it was the funniest thing because, like I said, I know he kind of thinks what I do is kind of interesting, kind of cool because they both love to draw on my tablet, and they both think that is kind of neat. But I mean, I've never really done any projects that appealed to them necessarily. But my oldest, of course, he's in middle school, and he doesn't watch Riverdale, but like I know he knew of Riverdale or whatever. But I was at a show here in Dallas, and Madeline Petch was there, who plays Cheryl Blossom, and I wanted to go say hello because I worked on the books and I've drawn like I don't know how many versions of Cheryl Blossom I've drawn. But anyway, he went with me and like went to go meet her. And it was so funny to see him kind of get starstruck because he doesn't even watch the show, but he knows that she's a celebrity. And, and then he like, her?
But, she said your name. She knew your name,
right?
And every so often, but
every once in a while.
That's awesome.
Well, let's talk about Joe. What are there projects you can talk about? Like where is Joe Eisma these days? What are you doing?
Well, I'm working currently on a book for Vault called Engine Ward with a writer named George Mann, and it's been my latest project. We launched last year. It's a 12-issue series, and it's something that's a dream project because like most of the stuff that I've worked on before has been really teen oriented, Morning Glories, Archie, Riverdale, that kind of stuff. And this is the first really hard sci-fi book that I've gotten to do. And I've gotten to kind of build this world up from the ground up with George, create a whole universe as it were. And it's about this girl named Joss. She's an engine ward, which she's basically just like this tech guru type. And she and this group of people live under this oppressive rule of these people who basically have done a lot of body alterations and stuff to fashion themselves after the zodiac. So each issue kind of covers a zodiac sign, like Sagittarius, Gemini, and so forth. And so like the plot of the series is, she's looking for this thing called for like a seed that is like gonna rebuild the world and destroy the I forget what the Celestials is what we call the Zodiac people, and it's just this big epic story, and it's given me so much of a challenge to do things I've never done before. Like George writes these big pastoral environments, scenes where they're like traversing the landscape and of an alien world, and it's so much fun, and it's crazy. And so that's wrapping up in the next couple months, and we're going to release a trade paperback of all 12 issues, and I think in the fall. And I've got a couple other projects in the works. The last one I did before Engine Ward was The Death of Nancy Drew, which really kind of set people off. I had no idea that was going to blow up the way it did. And it was so funny because, I read the press release, whatever. I was like, okay, that's fine. Because Dynamite always sends stuff out before they send out press releases. Like, here's what we're sending out. I'm like, okay, sounds great. And then next thing I know, I'm getting death threats.
You just never know what sets people
off. You
up.
never know. Yeah. So.
Yeah, you combine the word death and a beloved character. Yeah, you're asking for it. You're asking for it.
Nancy Drew,
Yeah, exactly. I was like, right. I just thought it was a cool story.
Are you going to do Death of Hardy Boys, right? With the
Hardy Boys. Yeah, like they were trying to solve her murder, and it was a great story. Anthony Del Colo wrote it, and it was, great kind of film noir kind of thing. And that's what I enjoyed about it, and I love mystery stories. So that's really what it was, and I think when people finally got to reading it, they discovered what the crux of the actual story was, and so we weren't being like disrespectful to Nancy, which I would never do. I would never do anything that would be disrespectful to a character.
No, never. Yeah, if you're watching, it's never.
Nancy.
No.
Yeah. No, so that's really cool. So Engine Word. By the way, this channel, you can promote anything you like. This is the capitalist channel, all right? So Patreon, whatever you got going on, it's just feel free to promote anything. And hopefully we can also plug it on our social media because, this is your time, and it's Memorial Day weekend, For me, it's just nice to see people that I don't normally get to see except at cons.
Yeah. Yeah, I totally. It's so funny. I really miss cons. I miss just talking with people. I've done a few, just live streams, Instagram things. I did one with Jeremy Holtz a couple of weeks ago, and podcasts and stuff. And it's great to just talk to people again, after lockdown for so long. And,
I was bitching and moaning about going to all these shows, and then it was all taken away, and I regret every single word. I was like, so tired of these things, and then I was like,
no. I was the same way. I was like, I'm so tired of doing these shows. I'm going to cut back. And then, I sure did cut back.
Right.
Yeah, be careful what you wish for, ladies and gentlemen. Exactly. That's a big takeaway here. And I'm assuming both of you, I'll never hear you guys complain again.
No, we're never complaining again.
Yeah.
Not taking it for granted anymore.
Right. Are you doing any shows? Do you have shows coming up?
I've had several invites this year. I'm fully vaccinated since April, and thank you. And but I'm still kind of just hesitant to do shows because the last show I did, I did C2E2 February 2020, right as this stuff was hitting, and like the panic and people was starting to hit there, and it was real. And the show there was a weird vibe at that show. But
that was the last show, wasn't it, before everything shut down?
Yeah. So I miss shows so much, and I know like New York Comic Con, C2E2, and Emerald City are all like within like a few weeks of each other this year, and I'm like, ooh, I don't know. I love all those shows, but I'm like, I might just go ahead and wait till 2022, just because I don't know. Not to be like, I'm going to see what happens to everybody else that goes, but.
Right. Let's see what happens. We'll hang back.
Yeah, I've done two, Joe. I did a small one in Missouri, That one kind of kicked it off, and I just did Pensacon, which is a fairly fairly large show, and it felt good. It felt good.
Were you all masked?
For the most part, yeah. I mean, it was Florida and Missouri, so it was a little more relaxed down there. Most people were masked, and it did feel like old times again. So,
good.
I mean, I felt very safe. The protocols that they put in place, where they bought their own like barriers, and it was they took great lengths to make sure everyone felt safe. Whether you used everything or not, that was kind of up to the guest. But I think we're on our way back. So
I hope so. I really do. I'm to get back.
I think it's so important how the convention organizers are going to approach this.
Oh, sure. So. Yeah. I mean, I'm glad to see that safety is still kind of important for all the organizers and everything. And I mean, I don't know. I may change my tune around the fall because of so many shows popping up. And I mean, the way I look at it is I might start with a show here in Texas first, just because it's local to me. I know several organizers and promoters here that have started to restart shows, and they've kind of been tempting me with those, and so they wear me down. So
right. I think anywhere I can get into a car and drive and just sort of maintain my little bubble of safety. I mean, Concord was always no fun anyway. So I feel like this is actually, now we're hopefully in a new era where you don't have people coughing to their hands and then trying to shake yours, and
it's a big ask.
It is a big ask. It is. So.
Yeah, that part I wouldn't miss. Is getting back from a show, was like, oh man, I don't feel so good. So that part I wouldn't miss at all. And I think if we cut down on that would be great.
Yeah, it would. Yeah. So so what else can we help you promote? Or you know what, we should talk more, because I think like Ramon, our previous guest, Ramon Gil, had some great advice for people. So the more that you have all this experience, you have the experience of being like a freelancer with all these things going on, and just anything that you want to share with people, just best practices.
It's so funny because I always, if I do shows, sometimes I'll get like Free Comic Book Day is always one where I'll meet like parents of kids that are want to pursue art as a career, or comics or whatever, and they always want my advice. And I always tell them, the funny thing is like if they're that passionate about the art, of course encourage it. But I'm always like, don't tell them to focus on that 100%. Have them look into studying business as well, because part of being a freelancer, artist, or whatever you want to do, writer, is also you have to treat yourself as a business. You have to be able to manage your money and your taxes and all that. And that took me a long time to really get. Was that I have to actually. This isn't just a dream job; it's also a business. So treat yourself like a business, and act accordingly. So, but by no means let that be like your sole focus. I mean, obviously follow your passion, follow art and everything, but just don't forget to manage your money. That's a big thing.
In fact, did I ever have you talk to my Kubert school class? No. Okay, I got to have you on now, because I teach business of art there, and it's literally. A lot of them are hearing these things for the very first time. It's like, you don't want to already be out in the workforce and having to learn this, when you're already trying to break in. It's kind of a lot of stuff to learn, right?
It's a lot. And I mean, I've had some real major near financial catastrophes just because, I really wasn't prepared. And it took me a long time to kind of get that level of, knowledge and comfort. And I was like, it would have been great if I had gotten any kind of advice in school, not necessarily, from another artist or whatever, or a professor, or taking a whole class, but just have it be part of the curriculum. This is also part of the job. But I mean, that's, like I said, I mean, I also do teach as well. I teach a couple of courses at a local college here. And, one thing, like, I'm just shifting gears here, just like for like artists, that I always kind of try to encourage is for people to loosen up. Like I see a lot of, new artists, and like they want to do like the really cool pose, and they're like, really the pose is so stiff and rigid. And I'm like, they're afraid of like, something not looking polished. I'm like, you can have your polished work, but like you need to be filling up sketchbooks with gesture drawings and like, loosen up and everything. And I always try to encourage them to like, warm up. I mean, I don't always warm up. I'm not I can't like consistently say, well, I do it. So, but doing warm up sketches and just loosening up your art is just, it brings so much life to your art. And so that when you do those polished pieces, they look like, they look more vibrant, more alive. Whereas I think if you don't, sketch things out and, find a gesture in something, because like my favorite book for art is How to Draw Comics the Marvel Way by Stanley and John Buscema. And I have gone through like 4 copies of that book because I just love it so much. And I've worn it out so much, and I bring it to classes, and my youngest son co-opted 1 copy and he's drawn all in it. So I had to go buy another copy. So, there's so much. And even if you're not a comic artist, because I'll bring this to like, a game illustration class or something. And I'll be like, there's so much knowledge in here that applies just, fundamentally, like, how to construct a figure and how to just draw characters that look interesting, because I mean, John Buscema was fantastic at that. And so like, I always like, if you want to like follow along to a text, that's the one, but yeah.
How do you find teaching? How long have you been teaching?
Well, I've been doing it off and on for 5 years. And I really enjoy it. I mean, some situations more than others. Like right now, since I'm teaching the junior college stuff, it's great. Some of the students, they don't. Not everyone has the best work ethic, but so many of them do, which surprised me. I was fully prepared just to gird myself. I was like, oh god, because I've taught high school, and that was one of the worst experiences I've ever had. And it was just like 1 class, and I was like, I don't see how high school teachers do this all day. I was like, I was teaching 1 art class, and I'm like, I'm ready to just bash my head in the wall because these kids are driving me nuts. But since I switched, into the junior college realm, it's great, and it's fun for me too, because like I get to, improve my skills as well. We're doing there's 1 class I taught called Advanced Illustration. And I would do the exercises in the class with them, and we would be trying painting techniques and stuff. And it was great for me because it was like helping me polish my skills. So I felt like I was in there learning with them too, but I was just getting paid for it. So, but yeah.
Oh, we got a question here.
Yeah, it's from Scott Hoverman at 3 Alarm Comics in Biloxi, Mississippi. With the market changing with all the different distributors, what are you doing to ensure your products are seen? And that's something Scott is familiar with, being on the retail side. That's a good question.
Yeah, that's a tough one. I mean, like, it was really strange seeing all that stuff go down with Diamond last year, and the DC change up and everything. So it's been, like I said, I've seen the meme pop up, and I know it's more to like living through COVID, but it's like, I'm tired of living through history. But yeah, so with the changing distribution market, it's really like, I almost feel like sometimes like you think the process, but then the rules get rewritten, or the situation gets reset. So it's all about, again, being adaptable. I try to be communicative with retailers. Anyone that reaches out, I try to reach out to them. Like with Engine Ward, George and I we worked really closely with the brothers that run Vault, Adrian and Damian Wassel. And I mean, they have this great list of retailers and retailer contact information, people we could reach out to. And, that was great. And, working with our publishers, like that's something that I hadn't really done before in the past. Because like when I started with Morning Glories, even though I'm was a co-owner of the property, like Image Comics really did all the promotion and making sure that they got our stuff out there in all the whatever markets. I saw a copy of it in Fry's Electronics one time. So it was like, it wasn't like that we were forbidden to be a part of that, but I never got invited to be part of that process. But I'm finding with a lot of these publishers that I'm working with now that, like they're more than happy to involve all the creators that want to be involved in like finding the best the best ways to get the product out there in as many eyes as possible. So, I know the goal with so many publishers these days is to reach beyond the comic shop, but I don't think people should count the comic shop out. I started to go back to comic shops here and there, and it's great to see people coming back and to be browsing the shelves. And it's so inspiring to see that they may have been down last year, but they're not out. So I think working with those retail partners is key, and also trying to get out into the main book market as well. I know a lot of publishers are reformatting. We're doing less singles and more graphic novels. And that's probably the way to go, because I think that's what the people want. They don't want to wait. I mean, people love binging on Netflix. They want to binge the whole show. So I think we're heading in that direction.
Yeah, here's what I found talking to a lot of comic book shops during the pandemic is that, in fact, they found that people were home. They wanted to read their comics, and they were buying comics. The problem is with Diamond shutting down, they just didn't have the inventory. So people were filling in their back inventory and just going through their missing issues. And so a lot of the stores I talked to were actually doing okay just because of that. I mean, not great. Obviously, this is not ideal, but it speaks to how important the retail partner is. Like, they were really, in some cases, they actually did better just because people wanted stuff to read, and especially for kids. Kids are home, they need something to read, and so I just think, like I said, don't count anybody out, at this stage, if anything. So shout out to all the stores, because it couldn't have been easy. That's just really, really tough.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and thanks. I just put Golden's Book Exchange on my list of must visits.
Yeah, any store that carries my stuff, I'll promote.
Oh yeah,
I gotta support people who carry your stuff.
Yeah, that's pretty much most stores right now. So most if not all. So
right.
Yeah, and like one of my favorite things to do is to go with you to a store and they have your stuff, Amy, and then we brag about it, of course.
Yes, of course. It's always great. He's like, "Oh my God, you have my stuff." It's always a big surprise to me too. Sometimes, you see your own stuff. It's kind of a thrill.
It shouldn't be, but yeah, it's pretty awesome.
Yeah. Even if it's in the dollar bin, I don't care. You carry my stuff. That's pretty awesome.
I know. I'm the same way. I'm like, I'll be with my kids. Like if we popped into like Barnes and Noble or something, and I was like, "Look, there's my Archie book," and they're like, "Oh, that's kind of cool," but they're still like, they still don't think what I do is super cool, but they're like, "Oh, that's my dad's name on the shelf there. Oh, okay, that's kind of interesting."
Yeah. My kids are always like, "Yeah. Wait, where's they're off in some other section."
Oh, yeah.
It's like, okay, oh well.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, so we're winding down our hour. So, anything else that you want to sort of, what's like last pearls of wisdom you want to leave with anyone with? Don't say don't do this, right? I mean,
find another career.
Right.
No. Yeah, it's like I guess my last bit. Yeah, it is like that. Ooh, I made that. I guess my parting thing would be like, always follow your passion. Even if you have to work a day job, eventually, your hard work is going to pay off, and it will show in your work. I feel like as hard as I've worked, comics is my passion. I love it. I could draw comics every single day. I do occasionally take a day off. But I feel like it shows in my work because like I love to do this. This is the coolest job I've ever had, and I don't ever want to do anything else really. And I worked hard to get here, and I mean, there were times probably detrimental to my health, which is another thing I would say is to take care of yourself. That's the thing that I do regret is probably not exercising enough. But you can follow your passion, but you also need to take care of yourself, take care of your physical health and your mental health. Take a break, do some mindfulness, meditation, whatever works for you. Play a video game, but don't get sucked into it for days. But your passion will show in the work, and it will eventually lead to success if you are really dedicated and do everything that you can to pursue that. Don't just give up if your first thing doesn't succeed. There are plenty of ideas out there. There are plenty of new things you can do. I've had lots of projects that have been like, oh, I thought this was going to be the one that took off, and then 5 issues later we're done. And I'm like, well, okay, so back to the drawing board. And it's not to be discouraging. I mean, you may be really passionate about that idea, and maybe you can come back to it later. But just don't ever give up, I guess.
Never surrender.
Yep.
Yes, never give up, never surrender.
Yeah, truer words have never been spoken.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, Joe, that was really inspiring.
Oh, thank you.
We need to write up something. I don't know. Wow.
Yeah.
Where can people find you on the socials, or are you mostly on Instagram these days? Are you?
Yeah, I don't post as much on Twitter anymore. Most of my stuff is just being goofy on Twitter, but I do post art sometimes. But yeah, most of my art is on Instagram and some on Twitter. But Supa Joe, SUPAJOE. That's where I am all across the socials, Facebook.
Supa Joe. Supa Joe.
Yep.
Super Joe.
You need a T-shirt, Supa Joe.
I know. Yeah.
I like that.
Yeah.
Very cool. Very cool. All right. Well, it was so great to hang out with you. We have to do this more often.
Oh, yeah.
We'll see you at shows eventually. I'm going to try it out with Awesome Con. That's a drive down.
Good show.
Yeah, exactly. Great show. And, DC has great food. So I guess the last thing I want to ask is, do you have a favorite dish? Do you cook? You have something
I cook all the time.
what do you cook? What do you cook?
Yeah.
Well, I love to cook Asian food. That's my favorite.
Yeah.
Stir fries or Korean, dishes. Filipino. I love chicken adobo.
It's the adobo again. Ramon was talking of the adobo.
Oh, yeah. Definitely a theme for the weekend, and I'm definitely making it for dinner tonight. So yeah.
All right, we were going to do the adobo cook-off at some point.
Oh, yeah.
I think that would be really interesting, right?
That sounds awesome. Yeah, I mean, I love cooking. I love, every city is so different, but I mean, New York is probably my favorite for eating. When I go to shows, because there's just anything you can think of is there, pretty much. And there's a great Filipino restaurant there, Maharlika. I hope that they didn't close down because of the virus. Hopefully they're still hanging in there, because I want to go back next time I'm in New York. And great food.
Where are they? Where are they located?
Oh, it's on the lower east side, I think. So I have to look it up. I went, it was like 2 or 3 years ago, but great Filipino cuisine. So.
And the name again was
Maharlika.
Maharlika.
Yeah. Maharlika, I think. Yeah.
All right. Well, we'll hope they're still there, and then we'll go next time we're in New York, right?
Yeah, let's do it.
That'd be fabulous.
Yeah.
Okay. Fantastic. Well, it's good to see you. We'll let you go, then we'll take a few minutes break before we bring on our next guest. And
thank you so much.
Yeah, it's great to see you.
Right.
Great to see you. All right. Bye.
Awesome. I love that adobo. We need like an adobo company to sponsor us or something.
We do.
We just make it ourselves. So
we should do the blind. We will make it, and they will make it, and we'll see who wins. What is it like? Like a reality show. We can do that. Yeah. We'll do a reality cooking show.
I know a thing or two about that, but yeah, I've never cooked competitively before. I think I could do it though. I think I could do it. I think I could face off against like a Padma, and
right.
I'll take some. I can take criticism. So Yeah, look, so I pulled these out while I had a second.
Oh, there we go. There we go.
Listen, I've got so much Death Wish that I'm totally giving these two away. So we'll pick
All right,
somebody.
so what's your criteria? What's your criteria?
Just comment. I think that's the easiest way to do it. I can go through the comments on. We're streaming on Facebook. We're on Twitch.
Yeah.
We're on Twitter. We're on YouTube. I'll hit you up on. I think I'll be able to
get some comments from people. Their favorite Asian foods.
That's a good one. That's a good one.
I'd like to hear it. I need to expand my culinary horizon. So the best description of your favorite Asian food.
That sounds great.
Yeah.
If you say like chicken teriyaki, I'm probably not going to pick you. I'm just
right. Don't tell me P.F. Chang's orange chicken. I want to hear more than that. Okay.
Panda Express. Yeah, no.
Right. This is our bias, of course.
Yeah.
Right?
That's covered. Who's been watching all day? Thank you very much. I love you and I follow you. What is the caffeine content of Death Wish coffee? I actually don't know. I just know it's the world's strongest coffee, and that's scientifically proven.
We're going to assume it's very high. So there are some people who are very caffeine sensitive. This is probably not for you. Okay.
No, probably not. And I'm even wondering how you function, to be honest with you. But
right.
Yeah, I think my favorite T-shirt I ever saw was it just said "Your mama drinks decaf," and I was like, okay.
Okay.
Done. You win. Best insult ever. Your mother drinks decaf.
Yeah. So for the people who've been following us, we got 2 more guests. Hang in there. Still comment. And then one of these bags of delicious, highly caffeinated beans could be yours.
Orange chicken from China Express of Monroe.
Right. And I got to say, these are not cheap beans. This is not chock full of nuts. I mean, it's like a lot of my students at the Cuber School were like, we'd love to get them, but we can't afford them. I'm like, well, yeah, I would, as your business of art teacher, I would not recommend you start that habit until you
get yourself established, then hit up Death Wish for a sponsorship, kind of like me and Amy did. So,
but my advice to them was try to get anything free you can get.
Sure. Oh yeah. That's great. It's great advice. There's nothing wrong with a little, not begging, asking, for sure.
Right. Okay, so I need to take a little break. So we'll go to cut to commercial, and then we'll get back.
Yeah, but we got the great Jae Lee coming up next.
Jae is coming on, and we hopefully we get to talk some Korean food with Jae.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, we'll mix it up a little bit. But he's not only an amazing artist and creator, and a great guy, but he's just a great personality. So.
And he lives in a city that has amazing food, so we will.
Yes, he does. So, and I've not seen him in a little bit, so I look forward to seeing him. So, stay tuned, everybody.
All right, we'll be right back.
To be continued. 3 little words that hold the secret to the next great story. 3 words that will thrill you, confound you, give life to new possibilities. Every variation of To Be Continued is a promise of adventure. A promise of excitement. A promise of unseen wonders and unexplored worlds. A promise that every issue you read makes you a part of a never-ending journey. And behind every page there will be an unopened door waiting for you. This story to be continued at your local comic book shop today. Visit comicshoplocator.com today.
we're back, and hopefully, and there's Ming. Hey.
Oh, hey, I had to reload. That's what.
Oh, I know, right?
Fully
you know,
reloaded.
at this point, like, do you quantify how much coffee you're drinking? Cheers.
Cheers, everybody. Do I quantify? Yeah, I actually I don't drink as much as people think I do. I mean, you know, we've had some pretty late night adventures at Asian restaurants inside casinos. Yeah, you know, when we're hungry, we'll find that food. Doesn't matter how late it is, and casinos usually running 24/7. So,
And
yeah.
sometimes it's the best food. You know, the late night places.
Oh yeah, I was at a casino not too far from us in Connecticut. I found out there was they had the regular gaming section. Somebody clued me in. They're like, "Hey, have you been down to the Asian gaming section?" I'm like, "What's that?" And it's where they have the dealers that will kind of cater to the Asian gamblers, meaning that they can speak Mandarin or and Cantonese. And so a lot of the native Asian gamblers feel a little more comfortable down there. But in the Asian gaming section, there's the Asian food as well. And we found this late night dumpling noodle bar at I'll give them a plug. It's the Mohegan Sun in Uncasville, Connecticut. If you're hungry, it's late, and you like Asian food, go down to the Asian gaming section and load up on noodles and soups and dumplings from there, because that's what I did all weekend. And I was there for a con. The conventions inside casinos, top notch, my friends. Those are the ones you want to go to because you all have stuff to do. So, shout out to Terrificon at the Mohegan Sun. Usually runs every August. I don't know if you've been there. We got to get you in there too. So, yeah, we'll work on that. And I'll meet you at the noodle bar in the Asian gaming section there.
Oh yeah, we should totally podcast or Zoom or whatever we do. But they might not allow that. I don't know. But
at the casino? No, maybe at the restaurant.
Casinos are weird sometimes. I can talk about my Macau experiences, but anyway.
Oh yes. But anyways, back to comics, back to the experience. Back to
how good was Joe? Joe was such a great guest.
Joe was great, yeah, for sure. I can't wait to see everybody in person back when Convention World starts up again, for sure.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. Well, so our next guest, I think, is really just, I hate to use the word legendary, because that makes it sound like they're dead. Or
he is legendary.
He is legendary, right?
He's not only a great artist and creator. Yeah, like I said, just a great guy, just a cool guy to hang out with.
Right, and we have shared a couple meals too, right? So
I have. I don't know if we've done it all together, but maybe. Yeah, I've definitely shared a meal with him for sure. So
right. Iconic. That is right, because whenever you see his artwork, it's Jae Lee.
There's no mistaking it. Yeah, there's just no mistaking. There he is.
And there he is. Iconic. That's what we're calling you. Iconic. Welcome, Jae.
That just means I'm old.
No. Legendary means you're old. Iconic means something different, right? It means there should be a statue of you.
Yeah.
How are you doing?
Oh, I'm a little under the weather. I have this really bad cough. So every time I talk, I cough, so I can't talk. Is that going to be a problem?
Oh, no. Well, they just, but it's not con crud, right? It's like, so.
It can't be con crud.
It's just my own cred.
It's your own cred. It's the Jae Lee cred.
That's right.
Well, we'll try to talk and we'll ask questions. And if you need to cough, we totally understand. We could also cough in unison, okay. So that way we're like.
I have my cough drops ready.
All right, bro.
Is it safe to eat 40 of these a day?
I'm sure.
Yeah, sure. It's all sugar and menthol. Yeah. You'll be fine.
Yeah. It would say something. I mean, of course, wouldn't it say something like "Don't eat more than 40 of these"? It's, it should be all good.
I've never seen that on the Hall's package, so I think you're okay.
Right. Yeah. So we were talking about food, of course. We've shared meals with you, right? And I'm trying to remember where it was. We had some crazy meal. Where was that? I'm blanking out.
Like, what city was that in? I was like, oh,
yeah, what city was that in? Of course, this is all pre-COVID. I think
Was
steak with
it-
barbecue.
Well, with Amy, was it? Yes. Was it like Memphis or something? No, not Memphis. Kansas City.
Kansas City. I think it was
I
Kansas
think
City,
it was a.
right?
It was a city. It was a city that was known for its barbecue, and they said they were known for a particular type of barbecue. And I said, "Ooh, that sounds amazing." And then I ate it, and it was really dry, and I didn't like it. And that particular type of barbecue it's known for being dry. They don't like that.
Yeah, they did
wet
not have
stuff.
the
And
wet barbecue.
That's the kind of like.
Yeah, oh, you like the wet barbecue. Yeah. We could have this whole conversation.
do.
I'm sure it could get heated and very controversial. But,
Oh yeah, I don't want you guys to get banned from Kansas City
And
because
Ming-
that's great.
yeah, it took.
Oh no,
it
it wasn't Kansas City. It was somewhere else.
It wasn't Kansas City.
Okay, don't get banned from wherever that was.
Yeah, wherever it was,
Yeah,
because I do
no.
remember
I don't want to
City,
get
'cause
banned from it.
I did like 5 barbecue places the whole weekend, and I felt so sick by the end. But
That's so funny because I
Yeah.
did too. I went to a new one in Kansas City. I went to one every all 5 days I was there. I did not feel sick. I felt very fulfilled. My soul felt great, and I can't wait to do it again.
I felt very fulfilled at the beginning, but by the end, I was feeling a bit sick. It was difficult.
Well,
But
I love
we're not here to just talk
Kansas
about
City
barbecue.
has great barbecue.
We should talk about Korean
Well,
barbecue.
Ming and I had a
don't know.
better meal. We ate it. We ate it at the airport one time.
We did?
We did. We were at Seattle Tacoma.
Oh, no, with Ming. With Ming.
Yeah.
Oh, with Ming. Okay, I was going to say. All right.
Yeah.
We had we were well, I actually the story behind this I wouldn't have been there, but I had to rush back for my daughter's 8th grade graduation, and so I had to take a red eye home. And me and Jae, we rode to the airport together, and we're like, hey, let's just hang. And it became quite an adventure for sure. I think we ended up in an airport lounge and all this stuff. But we ate as Seattle is known for seafood, at a great airport seafood restaurant. We're like, who knew, right? And that's where we hung out, and kind of cemented a hopefully lifelong friendship for sure.
So, food. We're not here just to talk about food, of course. But Jae, do you have a favorite dish or favorites that you like to eat?
I love Korean food. I love Korean food. I love all kinds of stew.
Like the
my favorite is
I just
sundubu
had one.
jjigae.
Yeah.
And which is especially good right now because because I'm sick. So it's
Right.
and of course Korean barbecue. Who doesn't love Korean barbecue?
What's your favorite Korean barbecue?
The galbi.
Oh, yeah. So
Yeah,
delicious.
I'm pretty sure sundubu cures everything.
This is delay, right? This,
Yeah,
You're a little laggy.
yeah.
yeah. I blame your internet, but we could.
I don't know if it's me or if it's the connection.
Oh, we're definitely blaming you.
We'll blame the infrastructure.
Okay.
Definitely blaming you.
I just had kalbi, and in fact, I just had a sundubu jjigae. So it's so good. I'm actually using my friend's internet here in New York City, and I was hoping it would be better. I think it's actually a little better.
Yeah, you're good. It's good.
Yeah.
I got no problems with you.
I may have to go for Korean after this because it's like we've been talking about food all day. We've been talking about adobo all day. I love that we're switching to Korean. I used to live near Koreatown, K-Town in New York, and I could get all this stuff all hours, and it was fantastic. And then I moved away, and so I'm so sad. But so, do you have a favorite restaurant, Jae? Like all-time favorite Korean food, or do you like to cook at home?
My all-time Korean. No. Well, I used to live in New York City too. My favorite food wasn't Korean. It was the halal stand in front of the. I think it's the Hilton or the Hyatt. I can't remember what hotel it was. Do you guys know which one I'm talking about? The halal guys. They have they're
The
franchised
halal
out now.
guys. Yeah, yeah. That you're talking about that truck,
Yeah.
the food
So
with the
you know,
that white sauce,
yeah,
right?
Oof.
yeah. So they were open till 5 in the morning. So when I was living in New York City and I was pulling all-nighters at 2 o'clock in the morning, if I was hungry, I'd just go downstairs, and um, it was 2 blocks away from where I used to live. Um, so I ate way too many of those things. But the trick with those is you have to eat it, and you can't ever put it in the fridge and eat it later because you'll be horrified what it turns into. It's
I've
just
never
a
had that
congealed
experience.
mass of grease and other substance. Yeah, you don't ever want to see what it looks like when it's
Yeah,
6 hours in there.
the funny thing is I had it, but not in New York. I was in LA when I was working on Dota 2, Dota Dragon's Blood, and I saw it, and I'm like, I can't believe I'm having this in LA instead of New York. But it was right there, and it was late night, and I think they were the only place that was open. So I just went ahead and I ordered it, and I brought it back to the hotel. Totally smelled up the nice hotel, but I don't care. I just ate it. It was fantastic.
Yeah, yeah. There's something to be
If
said
they
about the
made an
hotel.
air freshener out of that scent, I would buy it. Yeah, and I've never gotten sick yet. I know everyone talks about street vendor food in New York City, but I eat that almost every day, and I've never been sick.
Oh, I
We
think
got to get you guys.
yeah, I think Asians in general, iron stomachs, man. We've eaten some weird stuff for sure, and we've lived to tell the tale, and we're stronger for it, and we're better for it, and we also discussed all our other friends, but that's not our problem.
That's definitely not our. That's their loss, really. That's their loss. Let's talk about art. Let's
Yeah,
talk about.
do
Let's talk about Jay. Let's talk
you
about
remember
your
that TV
origin
show Fear
story.
Factor?
Yes, yeah, that's our lives.
For sure. Well, so Jay, don't talk about
Yeah.
anything that you don't really want to
Well,
talk
no,
about.
there was a severe lag, so yeah, so on Fear Factor, it always made you eat disgusting stuff, and I always thought if an Asian was on there, they would kick ass because they have to eat like sea cucumbers and things like that, and an Asian person
Right,
would be like,
we
sure,
would
no
eat,
problem.
not everybody, but we could eat anything. My parents would eat it. No, actually, I take that back. My mom would eat everything. My dad is a little squeamish. He would not touch the sea cucumbers. But there's a certain group of us who like eat anything. Or when you go to an aquarium, there's always like the Asian who's like, oh yeah, that would taste good. That would taste good, and
Yeah, you're the aquarium. It's not an aquarium; it's a buffet.
it's a buffet.
Ooh, yeah,
Right.
that's awesome.
Yeah. So Jay, so let's talk about growing up, and I'm sure you've covered this a million times, but we'd love to hear a little bit about your journey, especially like, were your parents supportive of what you're doing, or do you have any issues? Like, what was it like being young Jae Lee, and when you discovered comics and what you wanted to do?
Well, I was born in South Korea, and we immigrated here when I was 5 years old. It was 1977, and the first place we ended up was in Texas, because that's where my dad was stationed. And yeah, he had a crazy immigration story. So he grew up watching westerns. He had this fascination with America, and he would tell me he would just, instead of going to school, go out and go to the cinemas and see John Wayne movies. And so he told his parents he wanted to come to America. So he was the first person in his entire family that came here. And there was somebody there that said that he could help him. So he set him up with a passport, papers, and a job. And when my dad got to the United States, it turned out all of that stuff was fake. The papers were fake. There was no job. So he basically came here with nothing. He came here first. He wanted to establish a life here and then bring my mom and me and my mother over later. And he was here. He had no job. His papers were fake. And so his only option was either go back or join the U.S. military. And I think at that time, I don't know if it's still true now. If you enlist, I guess they hook you up with all that stuff. And so he was in the military for a few years, and then he brought us over, and so we were in Texas. And the first time I saw a comic book, to read, and I thought a lot of kids, immigrant kids, learn to read from reading comic books, because you could hand a book to me and I have no incentive to read it, but with a comic book, there's so many cool things going on. You really want to know what the story's about, that's how I got exposed to comic books.
Wow, that's amazing. It's so funny. My mom, same thing, and she didn't tell me this until I'm well into my career in comics. And she's just kind of like, "Oh, by the way, I learned to read English through comic books." And I'm like, "You could have told me that at some point, because I sort of had to do the comics a little bit on the sly for a long time. I just never told her,
Yeah. Well, your mom picked up a comic from somewhere we don't know.
Yeah.
And learned to read. And
she learned to read. Yeah. And I was just like, oh, okay. And apparently this is quite common. And I think this is something really important, especially for educators and librarians, that this is the gateway to get people to read. And especially if English is not your first language, it seems to me to be a no-brainer. So I really hate it when I hear people disparaging comics like, oh, it's just, fluff and garbage, right? So you heard it here from Jae in particular, how important it was, right? So when did you decide that this was the path, or did you decide?
Yeah,
did you just...
Cough drop break.
Right. Oh, and that is very true.
Yeah, I grew up reading comic books. Yeah. Yeah, I'm sorry. The internet keeps cutting out, so
nope, all good.
I'm hearing some stuff and not others. I grew up reading comic books. I love drawing, and I never thought it would be something that I could do as a profession. And like you were saying, Amy, back then, comics were not cool. Teachers were horrified when they caught you with a comic book. And I remember my art teachers, anytime I drew anything comic related, they would just literally rip paper away from my hands. It was like drawing porn or something. And there was one art teacher named Mr. Giuliani. He was the only one that thought comic books were cool, and he always encouraged me to just draw whatever I wanted, whatever my passion was. And it's a different world now. Everybody thinks comics are cool. It's even taught in art schools. Back then, that was a pipe dream. And I was an arrogant kid. I thought I knew everything. I didn't want to go to college, but being from an immigrant family, college is the most important thing you can possibly do with your life. If you don't, it's basically an insult to all the hardship that my parents faced coming here and all the things that they've been through. Their dream is to send their kids to college. And when I told them I didn't want to go to college, that didn't go over too well. So we compromised. I said, I'll go for 2 years, get an associate's degree, just so I can technically say I went to college. Then I went to art college. It was the artist. Oh, the other thing was, they wanted me to go to, a real college, but then I had to convince them to let me go to art school. That was the only college I was interested in. And I went there. It was the Art Institute of Atlanta. It wasn't even a real college. It was a trade school. And I lasted about a month. And then I just stopped going to the classes. But I never told my parents. So for 2 months, I just worked on a portfolio. I was drawing comic books all day, but not really drawing very much. I was just reading a lot of comics. And I think I drew maybe 5 sample pages. And so then I ended up getting a job at Marvel, and I had to tell my parents, yeah, I'm sorry, but I'm going to drop out of school now. And they had to drive all the way down to Atlanta to pick me up. And that was not a good.
That is possibly the best Asian kid story I've heard. So, you basically read a lot of comics. You didn't tell your parents you weren't going to class. But you came up with 5 sample pages, and you just happened to get a gig with Marvel. Is that what I heard? Correct?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that last part?
Oh, you just happened to get a job with Marvel, pretty much, after putting together 5 sample pages. Was that your first gig?
Yeah, that's not bad. 5 sample pages, job with Marvel.
Well, I actually have to go back. So when I was a more detailed version of that story is when I was I think about 11 or 12, I started going to local comic book conventions, and these were the really, really small conventions that they had in like at the Holiday Inn or something like that. And they had an art contest, and I would enter the art contest, and usually they'd have a guest artist, and the guest artist would judge who won. And every month, a different guest, and I would get picked. So the prize was I think like $20 and some random comics for free. And I started winning a bunch of those because every time the guest artist was new, so they wouldn't know that it was the same guy. And also, I was using the same drawing. And then I caught on that I didn't actually have to buy a ticket to go inside because all the entries were on the small table before you get into the show. So I would just put the same piece of artwork that I had. I think it was a drawing of Alpha Flight that I did, and I put it on the table, and I would just hang out outside and buy a ticket. Then the artist would come judge. I'd win. Then I'd collect my money and comic books and go home. And then they caught on to that, the show, and then they told me I couldn't do that again. And I basically got banned from the comic convention. And but there was an inker that I met. His name was Bob Downs. He lived in the Washington, D.C. area. That's where I lived. And, he thought I had a lot of potential. And, and this is going to be a creepy story. And, you can't, I don't think this would fly in this day and age. and I can't believe my parents were okay with this. But yeah, he was like an older guy, like 40 years old. But I'd hang out with him because we just talked about art, and he was my mentor, and he always tried to at that time I was just into John Byrne and Mike Zeck, but he was trying to push guys like Wally Wood, Frank Frazetta, Hal Foster, and I'd look at that stuff and go, oh, I don't like any of this. This is crap. Where's my John Byrne? And to this day and age, I think what an idiot I was. So he had this amazing collection of artwork from the 40s, the 50s, and but he's the one that got me to just be a better artist, exposed me to different creators, not just the current people that were working in comics. And then he told us a thing called conventions. And, like I'm not the local ones, I'm talking about big ones, like the one in New York City. And I was used to the small flea markets, like the ones that I used to go to in Washington, D.C. And then he told me about this big one that they have once a year in New York City called the Great Eastern Convention. And he said I should work up a portfolio, and he'll take me there. And I think I was at about 16 at that time. And again, my parents, God, they were so irresponsible, right? Just letting me go to New York with this guy. But we took the train up there. It was my first time in Manhattan. It was the most incredible experience I've ever had because, I always loved New York City. My love for New York City came from the first Superman movie. I knew that wasn't Minneapolis. I knew that was New York City. So we pulled in the train station. We get out. And it's basically this amazing world that I just walked into. I go into the convention, and I'm all proud of the sample pages that I have. And the first editor he was working at DC at the time. I'll name him because it's been so long, I don't think it matters. Bob Greenberger. He looked at my sample pages and he laughed. He laughed, and he showed the other editors that were standing behind him going, oh, look at this. If I see another sample page like this, I'm going to whatever he said. And they were laughing at the art. And, I must have looked really, really crushed because there was a writer there that happened to witness the whole thing. He was trying to break in at the time himself. I think he picked up a few gigs. So he knew it's, it's tough to go to a show and throw yourself in that kind of environment. And he looked at my work and said, hey, you know what? You have potential. I live in New York City. If you work up some more samples and if you get back, keep sending them to me. And if it gets to the point where I think it's professional, I'll take it into the offices for you and see what I can do. And that writer was Scott Lobdell. So over the next 2 years, I was just going back to school, drawing a little bit, went to art school. After a month, dropped out, and then I said, hey, you know what? Maybe I will work on the sample pages, and I'll reach out to Scott, send him a package, and see what happens. And I worked up some samples. That was a really tough time because I moved back in with my parents. I'd get up at 3 in the afternoon. My mom would come home from work and and just see me just laying in bed reading comics. That was not a good time. But I did the sample pages. I sent them to Scott. He took them in, and he took them into the editor he was working for, Terry Kavanaugh. And Terry really liked the work, and he said, all right, let's give him a shot. And my first comic was Marvel Comics Presents.
That's pretty amazing. That's like, did you feel like you had a little bit of a chip on your shoulder in doing that after, Bob Greenberg kind of laughed at your stuff? Is that like a motivating thing?
Yes. And in fact, it's funny. I've run into him several times since then. And I always made fun of him for that. Of course, he doesn't remember.
Oh yeah,
It would actually be horrible if he remembered. It would be like, oh yeah, those sample pages were so freaking bad. I remember.
I mean, isn't that funny? It's like the moments like that, I think, are the like it's almost like out of spite that you got to show people, like, okay, you laughed at me, I'm going to show you, and they never remember the incident. It's the same with me. It's like, oh, somebody said something, and I'm like, oh, really? And I spent 5 years of my life trying to prove that I could write comics, and people don't remember ever saying stuff like that.
Yeah, it's a great driving factor, actually. But of course, they never remember, and you spend all the time agonizing over it. And they're like, I said that. I was like, I never. That yeah. They're like, I never said that. I was like, yeah, you did. I remember it clearly. It has driven my every motive. It's been my motivation for the last 5 years or whatever to get better. And yeah, it's funny how that works out.
Right, I go all Count of Monte Cristo, and I'm like, okay, I'm plotting my revenge now for the next 10 years. I'm going to show you. You spend all that time digging a tunnel with a spoon, and you come out, and people are like, oh, what was that all about?
Well, that's the thing. Well, yeah, it can be something so important to you, but then for somebody else, it's completely meaningless.
But in the end, who cares? Because look, you come out of it, and everyone's like, "Oh my God, Jae Lee," and hopefully your parents feel the same way. It's like, wow. But I can totally this whole thing about not just for Asians, I think, but you're absolutely right, for immigrants who are like, okay, I slaved, and for your chance to go to college, and here you are telling me you don't want to go to college. But you never felt the need to go back, right?
Yeah. So now when I'm at a convention and no. But now when I do conventions and someone shows me an art portfolio, I make it a point to laugh at them.
Just as a favor, right? To get them going. I think that's actually important, right?
It's a good point. So instead of encouraging them, just laugh at them and and start that fire within them to get revenge. Okay, good advice.
But that's a good question, because I think there are two camps, right? I mean, because we've all been there. Not to discourage people, but there are plenty of people who go around with portfolios, and because I have students who are like, oh, so-and-so is a real dick because I'm actually listening to it, and I'm like, but they're telling you the truth, that you're not good enough, right? So do you want to go on the side of telling people what they want to hear, or telling them what they need to hear, or, straight up, you're not good enough, right?
Yeah, I know. You don't want them wasting their time pursuing something that'll never ever happen. But at the same time, that's brutal honesty that maybe they don't want to hear. So it's really up to their friends and loved ones, not a complete stranger, to tell them.
Do you ever think, though, I mean, because I'm also curious, because I never thought I would be a creative. I never thought I would be writing comics. But I think encouragement was really important. There was somebody who actually said, no, you're really good at this. And it was a couple professionals, actually. And I'm wondering, is it, you know, there are clearly some people you're like, wow, is it just a lost cause? Or do you think with the right motivation and enough work that somebody could be at least competent at drawing comics or writing comics, coming from a very low bar where you're just like, you want to laugh, but you don't laugh?
I had a discussion with somebody about that. I think it was Ty Templeton, because he's a teacher, and he had this theory that anybody could be an artist as long as they put the hours in. And I took the side of no, I don't think that's true, because there are some things that you like. I could 10,000 hours, but I don't think I'll be a pro. So with art, I think you have to have an eye. I think you have to think a certain way. So I don't think you can start from nothing and all of a sudden artist. I think you always have to have that skill in you, whether it's buried or not. I know some guys that have their art was real late in life because they had no idea.
So, so it's possible for me to be an artist, but you think that there has to be some latent
Talent?
skill, talent, something in there that, because you have not seen me draw. If you see me draw, you're welcome to laugh, and then I will draw just to spite you, but that there has to be some kind of kernel of hidden talent that I wasn't aware of and that you're not aware of that will help me along the path. Or Ming,
Yeah,
Ming,
the artistic gene is just like the mutant gene, but Amy, I think your chances of turning, I think, Amy, I think your chances of having a mutant power are greater than you becoming an artist.
Oh.
Oh, you're doing that deliberately now. Now I got to go back and take advantage of my free Kubert.
Yeah, and I think I've seen you draw. You're not bad at all. Give yourself a little credit.
See, now, Ming, don't tell me that. You got to tell me something horrible. So now I have to.
I can't. That's not in me. It's
the delay is awful because
I'm sure it's all scrambled too.
The delay is awful because I'll tell the joke and then I wait for it and then I see your reactions like 30 seconds later.
We're laughing. We're definitely laughing.
We're laughing.
We're definitely laughing.
Yeah, no, so I do feel like I need to, because of course everyone laughs, but then they think my drawings are really funny. So maybe I do have something, I don't know. I drew for my Kubert school class because I needed to, as a case study of actually what we were doing a simulation. Whereas you have to know, we need deadlines, right? So I simulated a convention environment where they have somebody walking up to their table last minute Sunday afternoon in a con. Do they take that commission or not? And then we role play, and if they're going to do a sketch cover. And so I role played the wannabe creator, the person who has their own character that they want you to draw, which I'm sure you've had before. And so I role play that person who has come up, and I had this psycho four-armed rabbit that I just drew on the fly, and I had one of the students basically interpret that character on a sketch cover, and it was really good. I was really impressed with myself, but I was really more impressed by the student who was able to do it on the fly. So anyway, so that's my little story about you know.
Did you post that image? Because I swear I saw it somewhere.
I did,
Okay.
because I just thought he did it so well, and
Yeah.
it's not often that I draw a four-armed, you know. Also, because you know, I'm like, okay, I need to establish this IP. No, I'm just kidding. It's who cares about a four-armed rabbit, you know, carrying guns? But then you never know. So, Jae, we are. This is the capitalist stream. You know, you are allowed to pimp anything you want. You know, if there's anything that you're working on, or you know, we're just telling everybody. Besides, of course, words of encouragement or discouragement to the readers, feel free to like advertise anything that you want to. If there's something coming up, what are you working on these days?
Yeah, promote for sure.
Oh, right now I'm working on a creator-owned project. It's called Seven Sons. Written by Robert Wyndham Mao, and I just finished the first issue. I'm about halfway through with the second issue. So yeah, that's what I've been spending most of my time on, and I'm also doing a bunch of retailer variants for a company called Oasis Comics. That's spelled OASAS Comics, and you know, we have retailer variants like for the Department of Truth, Something is Killing the Children, and we'll have those with us when we start doing shows again.
Oh, I see. Oasis is actually there. Hi, Oasis.
Oh yeah,
and of course a few covers for Diet.
Yeah, I was always hoping for a variant on one of my books, you know, like I was hoping that you would do a Red Sonja 1982, but not to diss anybody else. But I'm like, oh, one day I'll get a Jae Lee variant, you know, that would be nice. Nick.
he's watching. I know he's watching. He heard that. He definitely heard that. I think it's a great idea.
I think so too. So one of these days we are going to go out for massive amounts of Korean food at the next convention, I hope. So Jae, where can we find you? Are you on the social medias? Are you laying low? Where can we find you? Where can we find your stuff? What's the best way? People want to buy your art.
I'd say go to oasiscomics.com for the covers.
Sounds good. OASES, right?
SAS. OASAS Comics. And yeah, thank you. They're watching.
SAS.
They're watching right now. Yep.
They're watching.
They're watching right now. They're watching intently.
Right. And with excellent taste. A little thing, when I first started in comics, I didn't even know that I wanted to be in comics. But Georgia, my friend who got me into comics, she was all about Jae Lee. And I was like, there's no way Jae Lee is ever going to work with us because we just started. And it was true. Because you know, you must get like a million random, and so I sent you a really random, you know, message, which of course you never responded to because why would you, right? But it was really funny because it was like, so from the very start, she was like, "Yeah, it'd be great if we could get Jae Lee to work on this." I'm like, "It's just not going to happen." So
yeah, but look at you now.
I know, like,
it's awesome. Which means keep going at it, keep going.
Right. Which actually means that was like, and this is the point that Joe Eisma was talking about. Jae may squash your dreams by giving you a terrible portfolio review, but Joe Eisma was like, yeah, if you just keep at it and you got a strategy and work it, you can be somebody someday. So. Nick. Yeah, so anyway, all right, so last minute.
Yeah, I caught the tail end of that. He was very optimistic.
Yeah, he was,
Amy,
which is great.
You can draw your own variant. I've
Right.
heard.
Yeah. So this is true, though. I'm very optimistic, and this is the thing. I agree. I don't think everybody can become a professional artist or writer, but you can always do your own thing. You should never allow this kind of thing to be like stop you from finishing what you start. Just keep at it. But I think if there is a certain amount of reality at a certain point, you got to be like, oh, I'm never going to make it to the major leagues, but I can certainly make it to the minor leagues with a lot of work. What really irritates me is the people who are like, wait, it takes that long? And it's like, you may never even get there, right? It's just like, wow, where does this idea come from that we can just do whatever we want and you should give me a shot? It's you got to earn your way there. You got to put in the work and, whatever. Anyway, that was me like just basically venting a little bit to everybody, is that you really got to finish what you do, and you got to put the work in to become good. It's that simple. So Oasis first confirmed stop, MegaCon. So MegaCon, what a great show. I like MegaCon.
Tons of people. So yeah, it's a great show. I gotta find my way down there somehow.
I know, me too. I went to MegaCon very early on when I was just breaking in, and I got some encouragement from people, not Jay, but other people. and I have some interesting stories about MegaCon for sure. But yeah. Okay, anything else? Last words of advice, Jay, for people?
I sat next to you at MegaCon one year.
Oh, you did? Really? I don't remember that. Are you sure? It was me?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Thank you. Thank you so much, Amy.
What year was that? Was this actually when I had poison ivy, or was it like random?
It was last year.
Right. Like my brain is like.
Yeah, I think it was like 4 years ago. I can't remember. All the years just kind of bleed together.
They really do. They really do. Yeah, probably. Did we
and
talk?
My advice is give it up. I don't need the competition. Do something else.
Right. That's probably what you said to me. Give it up, and I just blocked it out. Probably.
Yeah, good thing you did.
Right. Exactly. We're gonna have to do some kind of smackdown, another panel. In fact, so do you cook? Do you cook? Did we talk about this? Can you cook anything Korean?
I do not.
You don't need to, because you have such excellent food around you. I feel like we should do a show where we have the people who don't normally cook, people cook, and we're going to do some kind of like showdown, and
then just see what happens.
Yeah, right.
Okay. Could be good, could be bad. You don't know. There's only one way to find out.
That could be really fun.
That's awesome.
Jay, do you have any questions for us? Just to turn the tables a little bit. I don't know, or you don't care.
I really don't care.
I knew it.
I miss you, dude.
Right?
Yes.
I'm just joking.
I know. We're gonna do some like 4 a.m. Korean next time in another.
I'm just kidding, but you know what? It's so bad. It's really hard to have any kind of banter.
I know. Well, and yet we're still doing it. So yeah,
we're still doing it.
Yet we're still doing it, and that's yeah. But yeah, 4 a.m. Korean food. I know where to take you. So
New York City. Yeah. New York City. Where would we go? 4 a.m.
Oh, I mean anywhere in Koreatown, but and I also there's a place in Annandale, Virginia. Definitely open until 4 a.m. We're definitely going.
Yes, for sure. Yeah, you know what? We should do. I would love to do.
Well, I live in Fairfax, and so Annandale would hang out.
Oh, for
Oh,
real? Okay. Okay. Yeah, that would be great.
Yeah, there's
That
a
would be
place called Honey Pig. They're open until 4 a.m. It's the greatest. You're at a con, you want Korean food, bam, there it is.
I would love to do a Korean food story of some sort. I don't know. We got to think about this. But oh, Nick, I am strong-willed. I don't know about talented, but man, yeah. All right, cool. So Jay, we're gonna let you go. I think I know you got you. Thanks for suffering through your cough with us. You didn't even cough. You must
I
have had
know.
like
I think
50
I think we
Go
cured him.
we cured him
A
through
miracle.
banter. We cured him through banter. And I know there's like some cool like herbal teas. Yeah, there we go.
I should do a commercial.
You
Halls
should
could
do
help me
commercial.
cough.
Now everyone's gonna run out and get Halls because they think they can become Jae Lee by like eating 40 of these, right? So it was so good to see you, Jay.
Yeah, thank you so much. Really
Yeah.
good to see you.
We would love to see you in person. We'll do the Korean food 4 a.m. We'll do the
Yeah, it's been
jjigae.
fun.
We'll do kalbi.
This was
We'll
just
do
like
all-
doing a chat on AOL back in
You're right.
1999.
Oh yeah, with the lag
You're
and the
right.
delay. Yeah.
With a dial-up and it's CompuServe and yeah. Wow, just showed my age
Yeah.
right there.
Yeah.
Awesome. All right, we'll let you go. We'll take
thanks,
a
ma'am.
commercial. Yeah, right. We'll take a commercial break. Shout out to Halls Mentholyptus for
Oh, yeah.
saving us.
Yeah, he
right?
coughed like once. It was great. So they must work.
Yeah, for right. Yeah, absolutely.
I
Yeah,
am- I am so hungry, by the way, from just
I
all the food talk. Yeah, we have one more. We got Ron Lim coming up next, so don't go anywhere.
We
Yeah,
do.
you can eat after that, but
Right. Absolutely. We got Ron Lim coming. Don't go away. We're going to take another commercial break where I think I need a snack. I'm gonna go for a snack.
that's a great idea.
All right.
Stay
All right.
tuned,
So don't
everyone.
go away. Come back.
The great Ron Lim coming up next, everybody.
There's something for every imagination at your local comic shop. Visit comicshoplocator.com to find a store near you.
Only on The Experience this weekend, Asian American Pacific Islander Heritage Month, with hosts Amy Chu and Ming Chen. Tune in Saturday and Sunday for great conversations with great creators and a celebration of the heritage that these creators have brought to comics. Saturday and Sunday, only on The Experience.
Hey everyone, I think I'm live now, right? We were talking so much about food, I had to have a small snack, and shocker of all shockers, I actually had a little bit of fruit, in keeping with the theme that you must take care of yourself as a creator. So every now and then you should have something healthy or you're gonna get scurvy, okay? So yeah, so I'm back, and I had a few grapes. I probably should have a little bit more than that.
Sorry, didn't mean to leave you hanging.
No. I was just talking about how it was important, right? I think it was Joe Eisma who was saying we need to take care of ourselves, and so I had a little healthy snack. I bet yours is not as healthy as mine, though.
Chai tea. I found some like old Cheez-Its in the podcast studio here, so
I knew it. I just had some grapes, so
well done. Well done. Yeah.
So don't do as Ming does. No, actually, I take it back. Do as Ming does in general, but yeah, you gotta like have some. Actually, no, Ming, you actually in general are probably healthier than I am. You have much healthier lifestyle. You do yoga. Yeah.
That's just what you see on social media, my friend. Which was more consistent.
It looks good. It's good.
I gotta be honest. Before I started going to conventions in 2014, I was doing every workout possible, and then then we started going to conventions, and there's the dinners and the hotel bar and the parties, and then you're at the convention for 7, 8, 9, 10 hours a day, and you're not sleeping, and you're having fun. And the health kind of went out the window a little bit. So, if you see me pre 2014, I look pretty good. Right now, after pandemic, I don't know, but I just that's not an excuse. It's just what happened. But, anyways, they never have like the kale smoothie stand at like New York Comic Con.
Right.
They don't have that.
Right. They just have the $12 hot dog, and it's just not conducive. So people should pack, healthy snacks. This is me as like, of course I never do that, but I'm just telling you, you should do that. I usually pack.
Yeah, and then that's right. Hey, we're in Seattle. Let's go eat. Like that's the first thought.
Right,
right. Where are we eating?
Seattle, it's like, let's do the donut tour. Let's hit all the good donut places. my feeling is once you've done the convention, you go back home and then you do the healthy stuff.
Right.
Right.
Yeah, for sure. So food, everybody. It's there's a comic AAPI live stream, cleverly disguised as
Right.
a food talk show, a food
Right.
stream.
But yeah, food is the common denominator.
Oh,
It is,
absolutely. Yes.
you know,
Brings us all together.
it
It's
brings
a
us all
reason.
together.
It's a reason
Well,
why we do anything.
right, right. I hope, so I think hopefully there's some people who have been out with us for this whole afternoon, and thank you
Well,
for not like tuning us out. Maybe you have, but I don't care. Thanks for sticking with us. I hope
yeah,
it's
for
been
sure.
entertaining. So we got one more. We got one more guest, and who is that
Love it.
guest?
I can't
Drum
wait.
roll. Drum roll. It's
Hey, Amy.
Mr.
Hey, Ming.
Ron
How you
Lim.
doing?
What's up,
Hi, how are
Ron?
you?
Hey, good. How you guys doing?
It's so good to see you. What is your background? It looks like you got a bunch of
My son's pops.
your
Oh, your
son's
son.
what?
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure. Right. No, it's all good. And thanks
Right,
very much for your
Yeah, those are my kids back there as well. Those are my kids' pops as well.
Awesome.
Yeah,
That's great.
come on. It's
I
okay.
love that stuff. I love it.
Right. And so do you have Ming's pop back there? Ming has his own pop, of which none of us seem to have.
That's cool. Really? No.
Yeah, he
Yeah,
does.
it was very limited. Limited to 1,000 pieces.
Oh, wow.
Jane Silent Bob's Secret Stash store exclusive. I just grabbed whichever ones had the crushed boxes, and that was it. That's the only ones I got.
That's cool.
Yeah.
I still want one. I want a pop one day.
Me too.
If it's
Someday.
only just a custom pop. We need to make you one too. I know there's a bunch of people out there who customize pops, and they'll make you one. So
That'd be
maybe
great.
one
Yeah.
in your own
I love that stuff.
Yeah. So Ron, thanks for
Yes.
coming on.
Thanks for having me.
And I know you're in the West Coast, so you were like,
Yes.
okay, you can be our last guest, so we can get his beauty
Yeah.
rest. And
I don't get up till noon pretty much sometimes. So if you catch me before noon, yeah, not coherent.
right. No, and that's so true, right? I'm an early morning person, and I just get
Right.
I'm like so like boring. Like I'm by 8 o'clock at night, I'm so tired. It's just kind of a lame story. I think it would be better if I just talked about like, oh yeah, I'm partying all night, but I'm not at all.
I work at night, so I'm
Right,
used to that
right.
schedule. But most normal people sleep during the night.
Well, now here's the question. It seems like most of the artists I know work better at night. Do you
Yeah.
think that's because you're biologically wired that way, or is it really just better?
I think it's because it's quiet, nothing's happening. You can just focus, and there's no distractions. I think that's the reason I like it. Is my family's asleep. I can watch whatever I want, listen to whatever I want, and then there's no distractions during the day. Get phone calls, emails, all kinds of stuff. Got to run errands, that kind of thing. So during the night, I'm just most efficient at night.
Right. That's your most productive time. Do you have a specific hour where you feel like you're at your peak?
Not really. Probably around 10 or so, 10, 11. That's when I usually start around 9, maybe.
Right.
I mean, I work during the day too, but I focus like straight through at night. I work continuously at night. Yeah.
Well, so you're working continuously through the night. You're also working some during the day. How much sleep do you get normally?
I get enough sleep.
Enough, yeah.
Because I usually go sleep around 4 or so.
Yeah.
11. Yeah, 11, 12. Yeah.
Right. We were talking about taking care of yourself. Actually, let's talk about that because, you've had a illustrious career and a lengthy career. And, I teach at the Kubert School, and I try to tell some of these younger up and coming artists that you really need to take care of yourself because there's a longevity aspect of this, right? And some people want to go straight out of the gate. They want to work straight out. They're not sleeping. They're working their arm 16 hours a day. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, I mean, I used to work like crazy hours also when I was younger. I don't do it anymore, of course. But yeah, I mean, you gotta keep a balance. I mean, because I know at one point I was working so much, I was like, you know what, this is crazy. Because I started not feeling completely well. I was like, you know what, I just gotta take some hours and then just like do something else. So I'll take breaks all through the day. And I mean, just for your mental wellness, I think if you just sit there and focus on your artwork, I don't know, you become like a hermit of some sort. Just. I mean, if you're sitting there all day not moving, that's not good for you in general anyway. So yeah, you got to get up and move around. I take a break like every couple hours, just to get up, walk around. Whether that's to get something to drink or just go outside for a little bit. That's always a good thing.
Right. Taking a little walk. I think your audio is a little bit low, so maybe, I think, if you get a little bit closer, that might be.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, that's okay. But can you hear me?
Is that better?
Yeah, or you can just yell.
Is my audio okay? I want to make sure.
Yeah, you're good. You're good. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Good. Yeah. So, you've worked on some amazing stuff. Let's talk about your career a little bit.
Sure.
And also let's also talk about what you're working on now. But you worked on some amazing stuff, and I tend to think of you as a Marvel guy. Is that correct?
Yeah, I've done DC stuff, and I've done stuff for like Archie Comics, but I'm vastly more well known for the Marvel stuff. Probably like 90% of my stuff is Marvel. So yeah.
So let's talk about your Marvel career, and because it is Asian American Pacific Islander Heritage Month, talk a little bit about your the origin story of Ron Lim. And,
I was bit by no, I mean typical Asian kind of upbringing. I grew up in Yuba City, California. I mean Marysville actually, but next to Yuba City, so it's a very small town. And so, usual, typical Asian parents wanted me to go the medical field, right? So, he said, but he said, but they're actually they're encouraging with my artwork, which was surprising back then, especially. So he said, do your artwork, but also try to focus on the medical if you can. They slowly found out, not the best idea. But they said, as long as you have something to fall back on, just go ahead and work on the artistic stuff. So they're pretty good. They took me to Comic-Con for the first time when I was a kid. It's, I was way too young just to let me experience that. So that was a lot of fun. But yeah. So I mean, it was a typical, just normal. And until I started going to conventions. Once I went to conventions, I could see that editors were there doing portfolio reviews and that kind of thing. So I started working on pages, just to do samples and that kind of thing. And I mean, that was years. I don't know how many years. But quite a while before I finally got to WonderCon. The very first WonderCon was where I got hired by Tom DeFalco and Mark Grunwald. They gave me a chance to do a story. They're like, I gave them the portfolio. They looked through it and they're like, hey, we like your stuff. We'll give you a short story. If you can meet your deadline and do a decent job, then there's a possibility of more work in the future. So I was like, cool. So I did that. A lot of pressure. I was sweating. I was a Black Panther.
Wait, and how old were you? How old were you when this happened?
I was let's see. I think I was a junior in college. So
early 20s then.
Yeah, like 21 maybe 21. Yeah. So I did that. So I was doing that during my schoolwork. So I had to do another extra semester of school because that slowed me down a little bit. But they loved it, and then they started feeding me more and more works. Slowly. Like I did Sci-Force. That was my first series for them, and then my editor was like, "Hey, there's this Marshall Rogers leaving the Silver Surfer." I was like, "Ooh, can I try? Because I love Surfer." And they're like, "Yeah, sure, you can try." And so I did samples, sent it in, and then waited. And then my editor calls and "You won't believe this, but you actually got it." I'm like, "What?" So yeah, it was. I mean, I was shocked. I mean, that was like my second regular gig at Marvel. So yeah, pretty wild.
That's pretty wild. And what were you pre-med? Were you actually pre-med during that?
No. Well, okay, so it started out medical, right? Then we tried to focus on dentistry, okay? And then so I was doing that. Still medical, still medicine-ish. Yeah. But I wasn't into it at all, So I was like, I'll just do the classes, and I was doing okay. But I think my parents saw the writing on the wall, and they're like, yeah, you know what? He's much better at art than he is at the medical stuff. So they let me go that direction. So I got a BA in graphic arts there instead. So yeah.
Oh, that's awesome. That's awesome. So you did get your bachelor's.
Yes.
Yeah, you didn't drop out like Jae Lee did.
Oh, did he? I didn't know that.
Jay's like, screw this, and didn't even tell his parents he wasn't going to class.
Oh, yeah. How do you tell your parents that you dropped out? You can't. As an Asian? No way, man.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, they would have killed me.
Yep.
We put you all that way in, and you're going to quit now at the end? Forget it.
Right. Okay, so amazing. You got Silver Surfer. And?
Yeah. Oh, as a kid, I remember reading the Marvel Fantastic Four Treasury Edition, those giant-sized editions, and I was like, "Who's a silver guy? He's cool looking, and he's weird, right? He's a surfer. He surfs in the sky. So as a kid, I loved that. So I loved Surfer all through, growing up and reading comics and stuff. So like I said, when I got the comic, I was like blown away. And then Steve Englehart was a writer, and that was an awesome
So
thing
that
to
was
work,
like
person to work
that
with.
was like dream achieved so early. Did you feel like, okay, well that's it, or were you like,
Oh no, there's so many characters that I love at Marvel and DC and stuff. I mean, there's multitudes of characters I'd love to work on. So I mean, he was just the first one. So yeah, so because then I did Captain America also, which was another one of my favorites. So those were the ones I was working on at the same time for a while.
at the same time? Really?
So I was doing Surfer and Cap simultaneously, but then when George left the Gauntlet, they asked me to take over Gauntlet, so I did that, and then that took me off Cap. I was supposed to go back to Cap after Gauntlet was done, but then we did end up doing Infinity War and then Crusade. So by that point, that ship moved on.
Yeah, and I was like, well, I guess that worked out all right.
yeah.
Later on,
Yeah, can't complain about.
Yeah,
Although it was frightening following George Perez, though. I'll tell you that much.
Yeah.
I think you did a great job. I mean,
Oh, thanks.
I mean, I'm not the only one. I'm not the only one.
Oh,
but
thanks, man. I appreciate it.
come on.
I want a pause here too, because most, and I tell people this all the time, because a lot of readers do not understand how much work goes into making a comic.
Sure.
And they just think we basically just like it just magically appears. And for you to say that you were doing 2 books at the same time, I try to explain to people, very few people can do that. I mean, not only do you not generally get more than 1 book at a time, to physically be able to do 2 books at a time. Were you just really fast, or you were just getting no sleep, or how were you doing it?
Kind of a combination of both. I mean, I'm pretty fast, so I was able to do that. And I mean, I did sleep a little less, but it wasn't like I was getting sleep deprived, But I definitely worked a lot longer through the night. But yeah, I was when I was younger. I mean, I had a lot more. I was able to focus and just turn those pages out pretty fast. So yeah, and the editors loved that because I could meet my deadlines too. In fact, we got so far ahead on Surfer at one point. My editor's like, you know what? You guys can take a couple months off because we're like so far ahead that we can't do any more issues. I'm like, what? So we literally on Surfer, we were like 6 months ahead of schedule, which has never happened again. I've never worked on a book that was that far.
Yeah, that never happens.
Never.
Yeah, every editor is making notes, right? Like he's actually ahead of schedule.
Yeah. They told Jim Starlin, Jim, you need to stop writing for a while because we're too far ahead of schedule. I was like, all right. So yeah.
That's really funny. So you've done all that. Have you done creator-owned stuff? Is that something you have thought
I did
about?
one that nobody knows about called Randy O'Donnell is the Man with Tom DeFalco. It was like a 3-issue that came out way back when. But yeah, I loved working on the Marvel and DC stuff. So I mean, I do want to do a creator-owned one, probably still sometime in the future, maybe. But I just love the Marvel and DC stuff so much. I mean, my dream was to get in and to draw the Marvel characters. So I mean, I just love doing that stuff.
Yeah,
so.
and you did that like in spades for sure. Yeah.
Yeah. So I still love it. So I mean, that's why I'm still working with the Marvel, through all this stuff right now. Yeah.
Right. Which is amazing. So few people achieve their dreams, and here you are. It's like, yeah, I did it, and I did 2 books at the same time, and I did this way back, before I even started contemplating. No, I mean, right? I feel like, okay, I started comics much later in life, and you started it so much earlier. That's just kind of like amazing.
It's wild. I mean, it doesn't feel like I've been doing it for like 35 years.
Yeah.
I feel like it's.
I didn't say it. You said it.
Yeah, no, I know it's true, but it's like people come up to me like, oh, I love your work, and it's like a full-grown dude. I'm like, hey, thanks, man. And like when you first saw my book, I was like 5 years old.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. Next.
Hey man, longevity speaks volumes, my friend.
Oh,
Longevity, consistency, dedication. Yeah, those are fine qualities in a lot of people.
I try.
Yeah. Well, so let's talk about longevity in a good way, because a lot of people they get on one book and they sort of flame out, or after a couple of years. What's your secret to success?
I think it's just being able to be on schedule, and then being able to pick stuff that you like to work on, and that would because you can work on a book for so long and then you'll lose interest. I mean, no matter how cool it is, it's like after so many years, I think you need to take a break and change the the characters or whatever. Because I mean, I worked on Surfer for 6 years, and by the end, I mean, I loved it, but by the end, I said, you know what, this is pretty much it, because it's like I've been drawing for so long. It's like I kind of ran out of steam on him. So yeah, but I haven't drawn him in so long that, you know, it's fun drawing him now again. So yeah.
Right. I mean, that's super interesting. I mean, 6 years is a long time. I mean, that's
yeah,
longer.
that's my longest run. Yeah.
But if you were to get it again, or maybe do a short story, how would you approach it? Different?
Yeah, well, I'm sure different, because I mean, it's been so long. I mean, I'm trying to, you know, even though I've been doing it for so long, I try to keep improving. I mean, I try, you know, but technique-wise, layouts, that kind of thing, storytelling. So I mean, you know, I'm sure my improvements aren't the big leaps it was back when I was younger, but I'm still trying. keep it more interesting, you know. So I'm doing a lot of variant covers for Marvel, so that's fun because I can able to do like cool layouts with characters I've never drawn before. So I mean, there's so many characters in Marvel now that I've never drawn, or so redesigned that they're like new characters to me now.
Yeah.
So that's a lot of fun.
So I'm sure you have like a fan base that just like they're following you and they expect a certain style from you. But do you feel like you need to sometimes experiment? Do you experiment? Do you do different things?
I try, but you know what? It's like I've drawn my style for so long. Even if I think it's an experimental look, it looks the same to everybody else.
Oh, like nobody else notices.
Yeah. Because it's little things, right? I'll tweak my rendering, or the layouts or whatever. I mean, some people will notice, but generally I don't think. I think my style is so. I've done it for so long, it just kind of comes out naturally. You know, I can't really change that too much. Yeah, but I try though. I try.
Right.
I love it. Gift.
Yeah. Do you? So you know, and I know a lot of artists we do traditional because really, right? You're selling original art. People expect it. Do you do digital, and how much digital do you do?
I did digital for all the kids' book stuff I did for Marvel for a while. I did all the movie adaptations for the kids' books. So all of that was, you know what? Some of that was digital because when I started out, I did traditional paper and pencil, you know. So I did the old school style. But then they're like, we need to do layers, you know, so we can move stuff around if we want. So I had to move to a tablet and start doing it digitally instead. So now though, so if it's like kids' books or like like commercial art type stuff or whatever, then I'll do it on the tablet. But if it's on my layouts, I do all my comic book layouts on the tablet because it's just so much easier to do corrections and stuff. But I still prefer doing paper and pencil still. Just traditional style. Yeah.
Oh, that's so interesting. What about colors? Do you also do colors?
No, you don't want to see that.
Yeah, the man can't do everything. You know, he can do everything.
Those colors are really good. Like that's like asking me, do you want to see my drawing? And you really don't want to see me drawing, right? It's like, no.
You know, I've never tried like digitally coloring anything. That'd be kind of cool, but I've never tried it. But when I tried to color back in the day, that did not end well. It's like,
I think it's easier now. Yeah, with digital for sure.
Yeah. Able to blend stuff and I think it'd be kind of cool one of these days. Yeah. So
and you started shows were very important to you, I think, in your career, right? So
I was literally hired at WonderCon.
Yeah, which is crazy. 1987 is that?
I think so. Yeah. I think so.
Which is crazy.
It was weird. Yeah. It was in Oakland, and I was like, I walked into my portfolio expecting them to do the same thing all the reviews did. It's like, oh, nice work, come back in a year. You know, I mean, I got that for so long. I was like, I'm getting ready for that one again.
Yeah.
When they liked it, I was like, I was truly stunned. I was like, huh? This can't be happening.
But that's fantastic. That's amazing. Yeah. Do you feel like the shows have changed in that regard? Like how are younger artists breaking through? Are they still going around and is that working?
You know, I don't know, because I mean, there's so many more avenues to show your stuff now. I mean, with the internet, there's stuff that I could never think of back then. I mean, back then it was the cons or just sending it into Marvel or DC, and that's it. I mean, those were our only options. Now you can go online, you can have your own page. You know, it's an endless possibilities of showing your stuff, which is awesome. But I don't see any. I mean, I never used any of that stuff, so I wouldn't know. But even at conventions, I don't see as many portfolio reviews. I mean, they don't come up to me to ask me as much. I mean, they still do, but not like they used to. Because back then, that was the only way they could get feedback. Right. But now they can just go online and get feedback from everybody.
Start an Instagram page or something and
post get feedback right away, right? Yeah.
I mean, it's technology, right? I mean, people can get on Zooms now. We're now having virtual conventions. It's all different.
Yeah. I mean, it's totally different. Yeah, from way back when. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yes.
but the cons are so much bigger now, though, too. So
Yeah, it's totally different. I mean, you get entire families all the time going now. People of all ages. Back when we were going back in the day, it was
yeah, I
it's
remember.
like just I mean, really just majority of guys, right? Just
Yep.
win con. I mean, just yeah, it's just like the general public was not there. You would
Nope.
just see people just off the street, just
Was
didn't know
highly
anything. So now
suspect.
people come up to me and say, "What do you do?" I mean, they don't know what I do, but they're at the show, they're at Comic-Con, just wandering around having fun. So that's that's cool.
Yeah. Well, kids, sit down. Let me tell you what I do.
Yeah.
Let me tell you. Prepare to be amazed.
That's
I love
right.
it.
Yeah, I love the face.
So, and I'm sure you do this all the time, in terms of advice to people, younger people. But I don't want to talk so much about younger people because everyone's like, oh, what would you tell the young folks?
Sure.
I feel like, because I teach at the Kubert School, and I feel
Yeah.
like a lot of people who are most interested in what I do are people looking for the second career or doing the things that they wish they had done when you were breaking
Sure.
in. But they ended
Sure.
up doing pre-med and whatever. And now
Right.
with COVID and everything, people are like, it's just like this whole thing of like, not just the sourdough bread and everything. It's like, oh, I want the thing that I always wanted to do, which was to draw, right? Everyone's like
Yeah.
making the sourdough and whatever. And
My
I feel like,
friend totally went. He never cooked anything. I don't think he turned into like a bread master over the pandemic. It was crazy.
Oh yeah, yeah. Everyone gets a sourdough starter.
Yeah, he brought over the bread. I was like,
and
it's delicious.
some people are like, I wanted to be Ron Lim, but I didn't do it. And now's my opportunity to at least do something. What is your advice to people who are now, at an age where they have their career, maybe they have a family, but they still have that bug in them that they wish they had done something?
Well, I was to just say, never give up. I mean, people don't, people get in, later in life, which is, that's just the way it is. But it's like, I would never give up. I would always, I mean, I think the biggest thing is if people want advice, even if it's advice you don't actually think is right or whatever, just try to take everything in and then incorporate it into your work. Because I mean, so many people that I give advice to, they don't want to hear it if it's not what they want to hear. You know what I mean? It's like I'll say just the simplest thing is say, you need to work on this a little bit. Like, oh yeah, I know that. It's like, all right. And then like my neighbor asked me to go talk to someone, his friend. It's like, she needs some advice. She'd love to meet you. But then I talked to her and she was really nice and everything, but she didn't want to hear it. She thought she knew everything already. So I was like, that's fine. Yeah, that's cool. I mean, but it's like, why ask me then? You just you could have said, you know what? I don't need to talk to him. I'm good. But that's fine. That's the way it is. So,
yeah, there's definitely people who they just want to hear what they want to hear,
Yeah.
and they're not hearing it from you. They'll go hit Jae Lee, and hopefully Jae Lee will say something nice, and Jae Lee will be like, "No, you suck," and then they won't want to hear that either.
Yeah, I mean, I try to be as encouraging as I can be, but I can't just say your stuff's great if it's not. I mean,
Yeah, you gotta be
tips.
honest.
Yeah, I try to give them tips as much as I can. But like I said, and the ones that do listen are really, really cool. I mean, they'll learn and then they'll grow from that. But the ones that don't, what are you gonna do? Just gonna stay the same. Yeah.
You can't do anything. I do think because I teach the online writing class at Kubert School. I would say half the students are like they're well into their career, maybe possibly even retired, and those are the ones that they're receptive. You say something like, "Oh, I think your pacing is off. You need to."
Right.
You need an establishing shot on this page, and they listen and they incorporate and they do another round, and I'm like,
right,
there we go.
There you go. Exactly. Yeah.
But then you also have the people who are like, well, I already know what I've already thought this through, and this is my way of doing it. I'm like kind of thinking your way kind of sucks. There's there are certain craft things, and they exist for a reason, right?
Exactly.
The storytelling, and you have to learn how to master that storytelling. Right? And if you're not listening, then I'm not going to.
What's the point? I mean, the whole point of going to, to learn this stuff is to learn it, right? To absorb it and to learn it, incorporate it into your work. But they don't want to listen.
They don't want to listen. Maybe they'll listen.
Yeah. But, it's like people start telling me like, oh, no, this is what I meant to do. It's like, well, then why are you coming to me?
Yeah, why are you asking me for it? Well,
you already know.
The truth is, all credit to people who finish what they do. And then
Right.
they were like, okay, this is my stuff and it rocks. And they put it out there and they finished it. So I'm
Yeah.
already saying, hey, good for you. But,
Right.
you know, keep going and, you know, listen to what we have to say and you can
Yeah.
decide, right?
Yeah,
Right. And the other thing when people start listening really hard is when I tell them, you're going to have to pay the artist. Okay. And if you're going to pay the artist, you've got this many pages and you don't
Right.
need so many pages. You know, you're trying to tell a story in 40 pages. I'm like, dude, you could have done this in 16 pages.
Right, right,
Don't
right.
forget, you are paying the artist. You are paying
Yeah.
the artist. Don't try to get away with freebies, you know?
Yeah, right, right. Freebies, no.
No.
Nobody cares about your story. Nobody cares about your story except you, okay?
Yeah.
So don't try to get an artist excited about your story because you've already decided it's my story.
Right,
Unless you and the artists have collectively gotten together over a couple of beers and say, okay, now we're going to collaborate and we have our story, maybe, but
right,
no, right? So
right.
that's just a
Yeah, it's
little
always,
PSA to people out there who want to be a creator, okay?
it's true. Yeah, it's totally true.
So yeah, awesome.
Yeah. Pay the artists, everybody. They
Pay
work
the-
hard. They definitely deserve it.
Yeah, it is way harder, and I know some people are like, "Oh, it's so hard to write." It is hard to write, but
Oh, yeah.
imagine for writing one page versus drawing a page. Let's just talk about that. The amount of time it takes to draw the page is different for me to write the page.
Right,
You know?
right.
So,
Yeah, I mean they're both, they both different skills, So I mean, it
Right.
just takes us longer to do it than the writer does.
Yeah.
it is very true. And again, this whole thing about I can write. In one sentence, I could say, okay, crowd scene in a coliseum with 20 horses.
Exactly.
And for me, literally, the 5 seconds it just took for me to tell you that, for you to draw that, that's a whole nother thing.
That's
So,
how long it takes for my tear to come down my eye.
Yeah. Yeah, which is
Ron is like, I am never working with that chick again. It's like, all right.
When I did Infinity Gauntlet, oh my gosh, I get the page from Jim, and Jim was like, all the characters standing in a room talking to each other. I'm like, what? There goes my weekend, Jim. Thanks.
Like, thanks a lot.
right, but you did it, and you did it very well. So
Oh, thanks.
Right. But so
I knew what I was signing up for,
right,
I don't
exactly.
know if you knew you were signing up for that, though.
Yeah.
Although, maybe you did. Maybe you did.
Falling joy, yeah.
Yeah.
Can't escape that, yeah.
Yep.
So we have asked every single guest, and this is kind of like the aside,
Okay.
about food. I don't know if do you consider yourself a foodie? Do you care about food? What do you?
I love food. I love food, but I don't know if I'm a foodie. But I
If
love
you
it.
love food, you are a foodie. What kind of
Okay.
food do you like? Because we have not shared.
Everything.
Yeah, no, I disagree. I was Ron. I was on your Instagram. There's a very great picture of a steamed sweet rice cake on there that made me very hungry. And basically, his caption was like, "Listen, if you know what this is, then you know. If you know, then you know." And I know, and I knew, and I've not had one of those in a while. They're available in most, freshly made in most Asian grocery stores. And it's
Yeah, I love everything. Chinese food, Japanese food, Korean food. I love pizza. I love Italian food. Yeah.
Any
you're
food.
a foodie. Yep. You're definitely a foodie then.
Yeah. Okay.
So
I know that. There you go.
Cantonese or Mandarin? Your background?
Cantonese.
Cantonese.
I
Okay,
speak-
so
I speak
dim
none of it,
sum.
though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No,
yeah.
so I suck too. I spent 2 years in Hong Kong, and basically I came out of it with passable dim sum Cantonese. So it was in the end.
But
But
what
prior
else?
to that,
What else do you need to know, Amy? You get your steamed rice dumplings
That's
and
your fingers
banana leaves.
for.
Yeah.
I want that one.
Right. Yeah.
and if you say it fast enough, they can overlook it. That's what I found out, is that you point to the cart, you say it really quickly if you know the numbers, and if you know the last character, which is usually either beef, pork, or shrimp, and if
Yep.
you know it, you can get by.
Yeah,
So-
totally. Yeah. That's
So we gotta do dim sum sometime.
All right, yeah, that'd be great. I'm in.
Ming and I did that, right? What convention was that?
We did. I don't know where we were, but yeah, we
Calgary
definitely
or Edmonton? We were with Garrett Wang, weren't we?
we were in Calgary,
Oh,
Ron,
wow.
and somehow I found this. It's like either a 24-hour dim sum place, or they open ridiculously early, like 6 a.m. And we rolled in there like at 7:30, 8 a.m. And they were. It looked like a bunch of Asian gangsters were in there already making deals. But yeah, man, we got full dim sum. We got all kinds of stuff in there.
Oh wow!
At 8 a.m. I was like, it was definitely a find in Calgary. And
Yeah,
God bless,
it was great.
yeah,
That's
God bless
cool.
their Chinatown, because we ate like kings.
Wow.
And it wasn't even 9 a.m. by the time we got out of there. And I was
Is
like,
that right?
man, yeah,
It's open that early. Yeah.
it was
Wow.
open so early. Yeah.
It was
We
the
had to
only
see it.
place. It was the only place. It was not fancy by any means.
Right.
No,
But was it good?
it was great.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
It was
see.
fantastic.
Well,
Most of
especially
the places-
considering the
yeah.
circumstances, it was great. It was very good.
Well, most of the places you go to, it's the smaller places that are the better ones. You know, it's like when you go to those nice, big, fancy ones. It's kind of more generic to me. It seems like they go to these small, kind of like dumpy places. Like
The
food's really
dumpy
good.
places are usually the best because they're not
Yeah.
spending money on making things fancy. It's really authentic. Well, of course, you have to make sure everyone in there is Asian, so it's
Sure.
not,
Yes,
yeah.
that helps.
If they're not, if it's all non-Asian people, I'm like, we're all the Asians.
That's true.
Uh,
That's true.
yeah. They're next door at the other place, and then you go over there.
Yeah.
It's like,
I was like, excuse me, well, I'll be right back. And you don't come back.
yeah, I cannot even get my mom into a PF Chang's. She's just like, no
No.
way.
No, yeah.
Yeah.
No thanks. We pass on that.
Like
too.
we're offending a PF Chang's aficionados, but yeah, my mom will not step foot in any place like that. Panda
Yeah.
Express, she was even like, I think my uncle will eat there, but my mom's like, no way, they put sugar in food. I'm like,
Express,
well, yeah, but they're rich,
Yeah,
And
yeah.
Yep, they made a huge business out of that.
Yeah, they're doing all right.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah,
Right.
they're on every corner. That's all right. There you go.
Right. Well, so do you cook yourself? Do you do anything like that? Can you cook? No. You just
No.
eat.
Yeah, I just show up.
I just
I try to help. I can make a rice.
Oh yeah, no, that's good. That's really important for survival. I
That's
just
a
found out
skill.
my younger brother has been making his own dim sum. How
Wow,
hardcore
really?
is that? Yeah, he made that wugok thing. That
Oh, yeah, really?
yeah, he made it. I was just like, he's like sending me pictures of it. I'm like, do you have nothing else to do? I can't even imagine now.
I know.
Wow.
Yeah,
That's awesome.
yeah. Considering you could just go to Chinatown and get it for like $3.50, $2.50.
Yeah.
and have somebody else make it.
That's true, huh? Yeah.
But he doesn't live near a Chinatown, so I understand. He's
Oh,
he's-
okay. Yeah.
like he's
Yeah.
pretty far away, but still, like I would have FedExed him one. Just
Yeah.
FedEx.
Well, I've
Hope-
never
Hope
met.
it's same day delivery.
Yeah.
right, yeah,
I've
exactly.
never ever met anyone's like, oh yeah, I make my own dim sum. I'm like, what? What?
Why?
Yeah.
That's
Why?
not easy.
It's not easy. It's not easy.
No.
Even my mom was impressed. I was like, wow. All right. So anyway, yeah. So we were going to do dim sum. That would be fun. We should do a Zoom. We should do next time we see you. I don't know where we'll see you. San Diego,
I'll be at
California.
Comic-Con, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So we'll try to do some kind of live broadcast there. Because here's
That'd
the
be
thing.
awesome. Yeah, that'd be awesome.
It's about my family. It just so happens my older brother. He's a game developer. He does like little apps for, I shouldn't say little apps. You know what I mean, for like
Yeah.
Right.
the
Apps.
live stream. And
The
he has a
phone, yeah.
dim sum app. He has a dim sum app, which has turned out to be his most popular app because all it is just dim sum. He just puts pictures of dim sum and a little recording of how to pronounce it. But it turns
Wow,
out
really? That's
Right.
cool.
that is
Yeah.
something that's actually needed because I'm always like, oh, what is that thing? Yeah, that I want one of those, and it turns out
That'd
I'm
be totally helpful, right? Yeah.
right?
I'll use it.
It's free. I'll send you the link, because
Yeah.
yeah. And then,
That's
and now here's
awesome.
my younger brother making the dim sum, and what am I doing? I'm just eating it. So
That's the most fun part, though.
it is. It is
That's
totally
what I love the most.
for sure.
It's this one, right? The Talk Dim Sum app.
Yeah, that's it. That's my brother.
Okay.
Oh yeah, I got
That's
it.
awesome. I'll download it for sure.
Shout out to my brother.
I'll go download it. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's free.
cool.
It's great.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
I love
Again,
apps like that. So
Yeah.
cool. Yeah.
I was joking that this is the capitalist channel. You should feel free to pimp whatever you want to like promote. And my brother is the exact opposite. He'll just do these things and he makes it free. And I'm like, you should charge. He's like, oh, so he charges 99 cents for the upgrade. I'm like, 99 cents. Okay. So that's him.
He's doing his work for the greater good,
Yeah.
People are like, oh, you should think about expanding your brand franchise and doing all these things. And he's just like doing everything for the good of humanity. And I'm like, no, you should.
He's a true superhero right there, man.
He's doing God's work for dim sum,
That could be on a T-shirt. I'd buy that.
Yeah. And I'm like, you should make T-shirts. You should make, plush siumai or something, And he's like, no.
Plush siumai.
See, now I just gave you that idea. You should do that.
That's a great idea.
Oh, dim sum plushies, like for sure.
That's a good idea.
Yeah, they have to make cutesy with big eyes, and their
I'm
answer.
sure it's already done. Somebody out there has already done it. Yeah.
Already sold. I'm sold on that one.
Oh yeah, in a heartbeat I would buy that.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah, right. Yep. All right. Did we just hijack this with dim sum? But we're on. We're going to do that.
Yeah. Welcome to what happens when you get a bunch of Asian people together. It ultimately goes to food. Always food.
Well, Bernard Chang did a great variant of, I think it was New Superman doing dim sum with a bunch.
Oh, really?
I'm sure it was really, it's great. And I wanted a copy, and I think it sold out. It was a variant a little while ago, and he managed to do the full table. You know how the table will seat 8 to 10 people?
Yep.
So he worked it out. So he managed to get everyone around it with all the bamboo steamers and everything.
No way.
Really fantastic.
That's cool.
Gotta look it up. It's a issue. Yeah. And so for this latest DC anthology for this month, I was trying to do that, and I realized he had done it before. So Marcio Takara was drawing the story, and I wanted to replicate it, but then I realized, it's already been done before, and then it was outdoors, and we couldn't do the table, so it ended up just a bunch of superheroes sitting around eating Asian food, which was fine. It was fine.
That works, that works.
Yeah, it still works.
Yeah.
But the original concept was like, because the lazy Susan and all the dishes, and I thought that was great. And
that's perfect, yeah.
We need to make it more Pan-Asian, multicultural, and it turned into we still had all that great food, and everyone's having a picnic, but it was like an Asian food market kind of scene, which I think is
cool. Yeah.
So now I'm hungry again. I'm hungry.
I'm hungry now.
Yeah, we've been hungry all afternoon. This is all we're doing is talking about food, but yeah,
I know.
Not a bad thing.
And I ate before, so figuring I won't be hungry, but now I'm hungry again.
Hopefully everyone else is hungry too. We're like, Speaking of which, we were also trying to figure out giveaways. So I just want to remind people for comments, because Ming has 2 pounds of delicious coffee beans from Death Wish Coffee, which is our favorite. Have you had Death Wish, by the way, Ron? I don't know if you drink. Oh, so
I don't drink much coffee. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So don't. I'm gonna say, if you get heart palpitations, it's very good coffee. It's my favorite coffee.
Oh wow.
Yeah, but it is really strong. So, so we were trying to figure out a way to give it to some enterprising person who comes up with a great comment or something like that. I don't know. Anyway,
I may have picked a couple winners. There have been some people who've been here with us all day. So,
oh really? Okay.
They deserve it.
I also, if there's more, because I have a basement full of comics. I'm sure Ron does too, but I have I'm happy to give away comics because I didn't do shows all year, and normally I'm at shows, and because I don't draw, the only thing I can do is sign comics. So I have a basement full of Red Sonja, Kiss comics and stuff like that. So I feel like I should give away some of those somehow. So, what I originally intended, honestly, this weekend, I was going to have some trivia questions, Asian American trivia questions, but I didn't have time because I have deadlines. I'm like, how can I do this? I'll figure out something, I'm hoping that somebody will say something really cool that's, I don't know, Asian American History Month, and I'll be like, okay. But I don't have that right now.
You got time.
Yeah, I got time. I'm trying to figure out what kind of Asian American trivia questions you would have come up with.
Well, so I was going to
You
try
know,
to,
like,
now I feel like kind of awful in that, I was like, oh, but I wanted, to be sort of educational, like food or history
right,
or
right.
Yeah, yeah.
make it sort of educational, but we aren't, this is not the Discovery Channel.
Yeah, no, I mean, the only thing I can think of is like, hey, like what year did Enter the Dragon come out? Like that's the only thing I can think
Right.
of.
No. I mean, we can talk about, the Exclusion Act, or we could talk about, the Japanese internment. But now I feel like we're now getting to serious stuff. But yeah,
Real history, yeah.
real history,
Yeah.
exactly. Right. So Ron, what other things can we ask you? Because I don't know you as well. I think have we been at a show together?
I don't know. I mean, up until like 2 years ago, I didn't do a whole lot of shows. I just did Comic-Con, San Diego, and WonderCon mainly in California.
Yeah.
It's just when Infinity War came out, and they started saying, "Why don't you go to these conventions?" I was like, "Okay." So we started doing that. So I mean, the last 2 years have been not last year, but the 2 previous years were pretty busy.
Yeah.
Did you enjoy getting out of California and going to other shows?
Yeah, it was cool because I mean, like since I never did it, it's like, wow, these cons are cool because they're also different, So yeah, it was a lot of fun. Yeah. So once the pandemic's over, then I'll probably start going back out.
Oh yeah, okay, good, cool.
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah, it's me and Amy, I lost count of how many we do per year, and it's always cool when we're at the same shows in a weird city.
Yeah, yeah.
And definitely, it does lead to finding fried chicken and donuts and
we shouldn't say weird city because it's not weird for the people who live in the city, but it's a city that we haven't been to.
Yeah.
Yeah, good point. Yeah, but I think it's so much fun, and it was it was pop culture and comic books that got us out there. I think that's such a fun thing.
Yeah, it is.
Those are the fun shows because the people who go to shows that aren't San Diego or WonderCon, they're really coming out to support. It's a local show, and usually they pay more attention to us. The problem, as you know, with San Diego is that everyone's going over
huge. Yeah.
HBO, the Warner Brothers thing, whatever it is, and they walk by your table and like, oh, is there still comics? And it's just but these smaller shows, they're like, oh my God, you did that? And they're really, the interaction is always so much cooler in some way.
Because there's so much more space to talk to people and take the time and actually have a conversation and stuff like that.
Right.
Because the Comic-Con is like kind of like there's so many people moving through. Even if they want to talk, they get pushed by the other people.
Yeah. Right. And I don't want to diss San Diego because there's always a core group of people that they've been doing it every year from the beginning, and they're there. But there's so many other people. It's just like they don't have the time to talk to you. They don't really want to talk to you because they're trying to get one of those pops, because they're like,
right. Yeah, so crazy. Yeah. No, I love Comic-Con. It's the only show that's like that. It's so huge, it has everything there. And I just love going around looking at all the different stuff there. But in terms of talking to fans and stuff, it's just so crowded. It's just so hard to do that. Yeah.
Right. Yeah,
it's hard to find anybody there. Even if you're looking for them, it's like, hey, so and so's here. Meet me in a hall, whatever. Okay.
Yeah, or I'm at booth AA 7437. TK421. I was like, what? Yeah, like where is that?
Coordinates.
Right.
So somebody's asking, do you guys prefer smaller or bigger cons?
Oof, it's the age-old question, right?
Yeah.
Oof.
I like both.
Right.
I mean, the big cons are cool because you see, like I said, you see all the, all the companies are out there, all the studios are out there, which I love to see. But then the smaller shows are great, so you can talk to fans and kind of like kind of more chill kind of thing, which I like. So yeah, I like both.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, the smaller one. Yeah, I think you spend more time with people.
Yeah.
And yeah, they took an effort to be there.
Right.
And the bigger ones are also fun just for the sheer massive. Like as a kid, we used to go into the ones at the VFW halls or like the church basements and stuff.
Yeah.
Thinking that they'd be in a mile-long convention center.
Yeah.
And like the whole world would come out. Like that fascinates me. That still makes me happy.
Yeah, when you see people from other countries there, it's like,
it
blows your mind, right? It's
like
crazy. Yeah.
I'm going to be totally honest, and it's not about the size of the convention. It's the city. If it's a good food city, I'm totally.
Oh, that's. That's a good point.
It's all about the
Yeah.
entire experience, because generally speaking, you make the convention what it is, but it's after the show, and it's like, oh, I figure out what I want to map out, in terms
Yeah.
of meetings, and that
Definitely.
kind of makes it for me. I have to say,
It's true though, because some shows you go to, and there's not a whole lot around the convention center, so that's not as fun when
right.
when there's otherwise like tons of restaurants everywhere or whatever.
Yeah.
Definitely
And also
better.
who's at the convention. If I know people like Ming happens to be there now, if you happen to be there, it makes it better, because it's like my social weekend now. I get to eat, I get to hang out with friends and meet hopefully people. But whether it's a big convention or a small convention, doesn't really make as much difference to me.
Right.
Yeah. Amy, is it true that you introduced Gail Simone to dim sum?
Yes. Where'd you hear that?
What? Wow.
You told me.
Oh, did I tell you?
I was fascinated. One,
cool.
that she'd never had it, but that
I was fascinated she never had it either, and I realized, wow, a lot of people have not had dim sum. So it was very much of like, I think it was C2E2, and I think there's a line already. The Hyatt buffet or whatever, and people are already waiting for breakfast. And I'm like, literally. Chicago Chinatown is like a 5-minute cab ride. So we just piled people into a cab, and we just went over, and then I just ordered a bunch of dim sum, and it was
That's a great idea.
Yeah, because I just didn't realize, like, some people. But first of all, where is she going to have dim sum? She lives in Oregon. She'd have to.
Oh yeah. Good point.
You actually kind of need to be in a big city with a Chinatown to have dim sum. So I realize now that it's not like a given, oh, everyone's at dim sum.
Yeah,
sure. I think they had dim sum because they had an egg roll, and I'm like, oh, it's more than an egg roll.
Egg roll.
No, egg roll's like a condiment.
Exactly. It comes on every meal.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like that. And this is me speaking as someone who grew up in Iowa. I should know, because Chinese food in Iowa, I have to say, I was like, wow, I've never seen that kind of Chinese food before. That's not Chinese food. But, now I know, right? It's like, yeah.
Right.
So, dim sum is delicious if you ever, because just think about it as like, they're like Chinese tapas. It's just a little bits, and it is inherently a social activity. It's like, you go and you order a buttload of food so you can enjoy it with your friends and family. And some of it can be a little weird if you're not into like, certain types of stuff, but it's a lot of dumpling. It's a lot of just, first of all, and it doesn't have to be unhealthy, but I do like the fried stuff.
Oh, sure.
Oh, yeah. The shrimp balls, those are good.
The shrimp balls, the steamed rice rolls with the XO.
Oh, yeah.
That's like my favorite. Yeah. So, yeah. We gotta go.
Yeah.
Now I'm more hungry.
Yeah. I love that you took her in Chicago too. So that Chicago Chinatown's one of the best. And there's a legit place. I think we went. There's a place that opens at 8 a.m.
Yeah, that's the one we went to. That's like the go-to, and of course I can't remember the name now.
It's called Ming Chen.
Ming Chen. I highly recommend it because they're also open late, so you can go after the convention too.
They're open till 2 a.m. every night. It's crazy.
Is that right?
Yeah.
They open early and close late?
Yep.
Yeah. Well, so we all have to go, because I've taken other creators who I will not name there, and they're all like, oh, this is like, where's the PF Chang's? It's sometimes it's too
authentic. Where's the real Chinese food?
Yeah. I'm like, I just took you to a real place, and they're all like, oh, that's not. We don't want to see bones in our chicken kind of people.
No, it's where the flavor's at. Where do you think the flavor comes from? The bone marrow. That's where the flavor comes from. Pick them out.
I will not name who I was with. That wasn't Gail.
I will not. You don't need to reveal. So great.
I know. So yeah, Chicago, great eating town. So I'd definitely love to go to Chicago.
I've never been to that. I've been to the Chicago Chinatown, so that'd be cool.
Yeah. Lots of great restaurants. Hopefully every restaurant has come back. We need to support our restaurants.
Right. Yeah. So true. Yeah. Definitely.
Yeah. So Ron, is there anything else you want to promote? Where do we go for your original art? You must sell. Do you have a
you can contact me through my Facebook page, my fan page. So it's a Ron Lim fan.
Perfect.
Fan page, and you can message me through there, and then then we'll get back to you on that one because my wife checks it more than I do, so she'll probably let
Right.
me know. And then yeah, and for work, I'm just I'm doing still a bunch of variant covers for Marvel and a project that's coming up, but I can't announce it yet because they haven't announced it yet. So.
And speaking of which, did you do a Shang-Chi variant cover last year?
Couple, yeah.
Couple, okay.
Yeah,
which
fun.
is awesome.
Yes.
In the past, anytime asked me, it was like, "Hey, what Marvel movie do you want to see next?" I'm like, "Duh, Shang-Chi, Master of Kung Fu."
Exactly.
Like, yeah, and for years, they're like, "Oh, okay, well, maybe they'll do that. Maybe one day they'll do that." To now, where it's gonna. They did it. It's coming out. It makes me so happy.
Me too. I cannot wait. I mean, I grew up loving Shang-Chi, so I mean, and that the covers I just did last year were the first time I ever drawn him, so it was a lot of fun. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like an Asian James Bond who is the master of kung fu like that.
Yeah,
it's amazing. I can't wait. But that was cool. I was happy when I saw you do the variant cover. It's like,
thanks, man. That was fun.
Yeah.
Well, this is amazing. You're our last guest, so for today, I think we have a whole lineup for tomorrow. Yeah, so right. Hopefully everyone will come back tomorrow. We've got all sorts of awesome people. We got Janice Chang. We've got Larry Hama. I'm sure you know everybody.
I know both of them. Yeah.
Oh yeah, they're all our friends.
Come back and crash. Any one of the panels. You can join in. It's very relaxed.
That's awesome.
Yeah, it was awesome hanging out with you.
Hey, same here. It was great chatting with you guys. Yeah.
So now,
and hopefully we'll show up at a con together sometime. That'd be fun.
Oh, I have no doubt. Yeah, they're roaring back. So I've done 2 so far already this year.
Oh,
and
wow.
It felt good.
Oh, good. That's awesome. News.
Right, and we're gonna see some stuffed dim sum. Somebody's gonna come out with a plush, dumpling or something. I'm sure.
Then we'll all buy them.
Right, for sure. I got to do that. As a writer, I'm really limited. What can I come up with? I'll come up with something. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'll write a children's book with some talking.
Oh man, yeah.
There you go.
Talking dim sum.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah. All right. I'm gonna do that. So anyway, all right. So any last minute things you want to say, Ron, to everybody?
No, this has been fun. This has been great.
Oh, good. Yeah. We really appreciate taking the time out because it is Memorial Day weekend. You could be out barbecuing and doing something else,
No, this is great. This is a lot of fun.
Yeah, I'm sure you've got deadlines to worry about like everybody else, but thank you so much.
Oh, my pleasure. This is a blast.
Really cool. Really cool. Awesome. Well, we'll say goodbye, and then Ming and I will wrap.
Yeah, thanks.
Was that fun? I was like,
I never
really
awesome.
talked with Ron.
You know how it's fun. It went by so quick. So, and
that's true.
Yeah,
very true.
Yeah, that's how you know it's fun in anything. It feels like no time has passed. And I mean, I haven't seen you in I think like 16 months.
Oh, I know. And thank you so much. I know, I kind of was saying, hey, let's do this, and I didn't say how long it was going to be, and it turned into.
Come on, I think one, I can't say no. And 2, I have no concept of time, so come on. I've been I've been streaming like this for the last year. That's how I kept saying, and all I want to do is talk to my friends and make new ones too. So, which I did both in one day. It's great.
Right.
Yeah,
and it's good when it's easy. We're just chatting, and it's like wow, very easy.
Yeah, and if you're talking about food, forget about it. I'm here all day. So, speaking of all day, we'll be back tomorrow at 1 p.m. Eastern, and we got 5 guests tomorrow. So we're going.
Oh yes.
Yeah, we're going for 5 hours tomorrow. We have Joyce Chin kicking things off at 1 p.m. We have Janice Chang at 2 p.m. We have Vis-a-Vis Singh, aka the Sikh Captain America, 3 o'clock, and then 4. Our old friend Larry Hama is coming. Joined by Jerry Ma at 4:30, and then we have Peter Gwen, exceptionally one of my favorite X-Men artists, Peter Gwen at 5 o'clock. So these are all I haven't seen in a long time.
We may have some surprise guests too.
Oh, okay.
You know, and this person. He said he would drop by, so let's see.
Okay.
He does.
I can't wait.
Joyce has, I wouldn't say she's promised, but Joyce is ready to just kind of bitch and talk about really interesting stuff.
Okay.
So don't miss it, 1 o'clock.
I love it. I love it.
And thanks to everybody who's kind of hung out with us.
Yeah, for sure. Come back tomorrow for sure.
New friends, and people have learned something. They've learned a lot about us. Maybe, I don't know.
Oh yeah, I mean, I learned stuff about you every time. So
right. No, so I'm gonna plug. You can follow. I'm usually on Twitter, AMYCHU. So it's pretty easy. This is a good thing about also having short Asian names, like 6 letters. Amy Chu.
4 letters, 6 letters. It's great.
Right. And I'm on. So I do more food posting on Instagram, and there I'm Amy_Chu. And of course, if I'm on something that I can announce, I'll usually post something about that comic there. I do have Red Sonja 1982 coming out in a couple of weeks.
This week?
No, June 9th, actually.
June 9th? Okay, I can wait.
Shout out to Nick. But yeah, so that's going to be fun because, as you can imagine, it's Red Sonja 1982, not 1984. 1982 is a very special year, I feel like. We're doing that, and people are like, oh, is she time traveling? Yes, she is time traveling, 1982.
Nope.
But I thought I would have some fun with it. Eric Blake is the artist. He really rocked it. Basically, it's Red Sonja versus let's just say a Terminator, not Terminator, Terminator-like robot creature goes back to try to terminate Red Sonja for various reasons. So we just go with that, okay?
Sold. I will have Mike Zapsik put aside a copy for me for sure.
And so that's that. Ming, do you have anything to announce to people?
I am, I run a podcast studio here in New Jersey. So, if you're looking at this stream and you're like, wow, I want to do something like this, I can help you out for sure. This is what we do. We help people launch podcasts. We teach classes. It's called a Shared Universe Podcast Studio, which can I tilt this up? I'll just, here, like that, like the sign says back there. And it is a podcast studio disguised as a pop culture emporium. Looks like Comic-Con blew up in here. So that's what I've been doing. I've actually got shows coming up, Amy. I don't know if you've booked anything this year, but I guess while I'm here, I'll be at the Central Florida Comic-Con June in 2 weeks, which is June 12th and 13th. I'll be at Magic City Comic-Con the 18th, 19th, and 20th in Birmingham, Alabama. And then I'll be at the Albuquerque Comic-Con 25th, 26th, and 27th. So, yeah, that's June. So they're coming back for sure. So I have no doubt I'll be seeing you soon.
Very good. Yeah, I'm so far all I've got booked is AwesomeCon in Washington, D.C. I think that's August. And then Blue City in September in Portland. So those are the shows I'll be doing. And I think after that I'm going to be open. I just feel good about the way things are headed. So
I believe your phone is going to start ringing off the hook. Especially for this year, they need us out there. They need us out there for the return. I have no doubt. So,
right, for the triumphant return of the creator, we'll be there.
Yes, and us. You need us. So,
right. Yes. Any good food city, I'm there for you.
And of which Portland and DC, very good food cities. Yeah. Very, very good. So.
Oh my God, I sound like it's like all about food.
It drives us. I'm not gonna lie.
We all have to. I'm not a snob. I don't want people to think I only like, really expensive food. You know me, right?
Yeah. If I can find an $11 steak that is as good as the $80 one, I'm going to the $11 one so I can have 8 of them.
I prefer that. It's like the In-N-Out. I mean, In-N-Out burger. I'm there. I like a good Sonic,
Oh yeah, sure.
Yeah. I'm definitely not a Sonic. Right, no. Or any really good diner. I'm really down for that.
Well, good thing we live in New Jersey then, right?
I know, right? I've done a little bit of a diner tour. It's really, yeah. I got to watch it because I have definitely gained a little of the pandemic weight. So
go run around, run it off. Yeah.
Okay, so everybody who's been with us, thank you so much.
Thank you. We'll see you tomorrow for sure.
Yeah. All right.
And big thanks to the experience, the XP.
Yes, thanks to Kyle. Big props to
yeah.
Kyle and Jen and Nick and letting us do this. And
Yeah.
it's been fun. So yeah,
And,
come back tomorrow and we'll start it all over again with
Yeah.
Oh, so yeah, and Joyce. Oh my God, I've been to so
Joyce,
many
of course.
restaurants with Joyce and Arthur, and yeah, so good.
Yeah. So yeah, we'll see you tomorrow.
Okay, bye.